I'm trying, right?
I just came to get my.
I know.
Real quick. Sorry,
No pressure.
My bad, bro.
No, we just gonna talk and say hello to Israel, man. Shalom. I hope everybody's doing well. Shabbat shalom. And we are just making sure we're good to go before we get started. Just so everybody knows, we are having a gathering tonight to I guess commemorate the start of Hanukkah. Tonight we're going to be gathering around 7 o'clock tonight. And brothers and sisters are more welcome to come down and visit and check us out. We're going to be probably having gatherings on pretty much all week. This Saturday, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday again. Okay, so we'll keep everybody up to date as we go through the High Holy Day gatherings. But once again, I hope everybody's doing well. Yes, sir.
Will there be class?
No, this week we're not going to have class. We're just going to be gathering and enjoying each other's company. Class will always be there. Class is going nowhere.
When you're online, you're just watching online, and all of a sudden Monday comes.
I do appreciate the heads up. Yeah. I do appreciate the slide.
People in YouTube land.
Yeah, it's everybody on YouTube land. We're not going to be having class. This is our last class until 2 Mondays from now. So this next Monday we're not going to have class. Wednesday we won't have class. Friday, and then Saturday we won't have class. But that next Monday we'll be back up and running just to confirm the date. We'll be back online. Is it the 6th of December? Yeah, I think that's it. It's the 6th of December. Yeah, the 6th of December we'll be back. We'll be back on the 6th of December for class. That's 2 Mondays from now. But other than that, once again, we're gonna get this Shabbat class started, and we'll get rolling. So, Abadja. That's a good fire right there. Shalom, shalom, Matt. Shalom, everybody. Shalom. So let's get going. Okay. You know what we're gonna do today? Hold on a second. I ain't gonna have something you want cut off today, man. There we go. The power of television. Okay. Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Hawa'ah. Nathanawa. Awar. Zayawam. Tuwadab.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us light this day. Thanks, so be it.
Okay. Okay. Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Hawa'ah. Nathanawa. Rayach. Nayachacha. Tuwadab.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us sweet savor. Thank you, so be it.
Imagine Wapanya Yerushalayim.
Stand and face Jerusalem.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Hawa'ah. Nathanawa. Hashabbat. Bashalom. Tuwadab. Aman.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the Sabbath in peace. Thank you, so be it.
So be it. Inasya,
Inasya,
Ayanyamya,
Ayanyamya,
Paharyam,
Paharyam,
Mahaya,
Maya,
Yabu'a,
Yabu'a,
Isaiah,
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 Yabu'a,
Yabu'a,
Ma,
Yahweh,
Sha'aisha,
Sha'aisha,
Shemayim,
Shemayim,
Wa'aratiza,
Wa'aratiza,
La'a, Yonathan,
Yonathan,
Lamawat,
Lamawat,
Regalia,
Regalia,
Yala'a, Nawam, Shashamaya,
Shashamaya,
Hana, Yala'a, Nawam, Wala'a, Yashan, Shashawamar, Yashalom, Yahweh, Shemaya, Yahweh, Tazalia, Ayah, Yanyamya, Yad, Hashemash, Yala'a, Hakaya, Bayawam, Wala'a, Halabana, Bayala, Yahweh, Yashemaya, Makol, Right, Yashemar, Napasha, Yahweh, Yashemar, Hawalakia, Wabawa'aya, Ma'aitha, Wa'ai, Aman.
Psalms 121. I will lift up mine eyes unto the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from the Lord, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Yahshua shall neither slumber nor sleep. Yahweh is thy keeper, Yahweh is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. Yahweh shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. Yahweh shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth and even forevermore. Amen.
Israelite Credo. Shema Yahshua,
Yahweh,
Yahweh, Alahayanawa, Yahweh, Echad. Shema Yahshua, Yahweh, Alahayanawa, Yahweh, Echad. Shema Yahshua, Yahweh, Alahayanawa, Yahweh, Echad.
Deuteronomy chapter 6 verse 4. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our power is one Lord.
Okay. Lord's Prayer. Abimelech, Shabbat Shemayim, Kodash, Haya, Shemka, Yahweh, Malakwethka, Lava'ah, Ratazaka, Haya, Aisha, Baratiza, Kawa, Haya, Bashemayim, Nathananawa, Lacham, Ko, Yawam, Wasalachanaw, Chawathinaw, Kasalachanaw, Chawathinaw, Wala'a, Fabianaw, Bonasawan, Abo, Hawashinaw, Mayan, Right, Kaya, Laka, Hamalakwa, Waha'ala, Wathapara, La'awalamya.
Amen. Matthew chapter 6 verse 9. Our Father which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. Amen.
Okay. 10 Commandments. La'a Yahaya. Laka. Alahaya. Achayim. Ayah. Panya.
Thou shalt have no other powers before me.
Okay. Number 2. La'a. Tha'ayna. Laka. Pasor. Wala'a. Tha'aybaro.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, nor serve them.
3. La'a. Tha'lachwacha. Sham. Yahweh. Bashawa.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God, thy power, in vain.
4. Zakar. Hayawam. Hashabah. Lakwadashwa.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
5. Kabad. Abaka. Ya'amaka.
Honor thy father and thy mother.
Number 6. La'a. Tharatazah.
Thou shalt not kill, murder.
Number 7. La'a. Thana'a.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Number 8. La'a. Thagana.
Thou shalt not steal.
Number 9. La'a. Tha'ayna. Shakor.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Number 10. La'a. Tha'chaman. Ko. Asherah. Lara'aika.
Thou shalt not covet anything which is thy neighbor's.
Baruch Atah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Baruch Atah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Ahawa'ah. Nathan Hathawa'ah.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai that gives to us the law.
Okay. Israel Yeshabi.
Take seats.
Now we can get rocking and rolling. What we're going to do, we're going to start back. We read Judges 8 last week, but I think it's important that we at least focus and take a little time and talk about the end of Judges 8, because that ending acts and conduct of Gideon is what directly linked to what happened in chapter 9 and beyond. So this is why we're kind of going back just a little bit before we go forward. So let's get I don't see Adam. We're gonna start with Anthony Allen. Come on, you know, get it. Come on, Levy. Yep. Yep. Go for it.
Nathaniel, Shah Shabbatah, Ban La Ya, Ban Yashala.
Nathaniel, Shah Shabbatah, Ban La Ya, Ban Yashala. I much it. Bro. Yahweh Hashem Yahshua.
Ya Bashim Yasher Braktam.
Right on point.
Judges 8, verse what?
We're going to start at Judges 8, and we're going to go into verse. You know what? We're going to go into verse 22.
Judges chapter 8, verse 22. Then the men of Israel said upon Gideon.
Now, before we go into this is right after Gideon took out and took over the last of the Ishmaelite leaders and kings that were becoming a hindering block, a stumbling block and a problem for the nation. In Judges 8 and Judges 7, if I'm not mistaken, the Amalekites, the Ishmaelites, and the Midianites were the ones that were marauders, and they were thieves, and they were taking a lot of our land. They were taking our crops. They didn't steal the land. They would just wait till harvest time came, and they would rob us blind.
They were raiding them.
They would literally sit back here. They took all of our animals, all of our sheep, all of our cattle, all of our harvest, and they would burn the rest of the harvest that they couldn't carry back to their land.
And impoverished the Israelites.
And kept us in an impoverished state. For 3 years in a row, we would sit back here and put our time into crops, building our crops up, and these Midianites would take it every single harvest time.
And it wasn't the whole land of Israel, the whole land mass.
It was just Manasseh.
It was just that portion.
Yep. And what ended up happening is we got so sick and tired of working for nothing that we just hid underground in holes, like hobbits out. We were living in caves and underground like hobbits out. I'm not even lying. We made our own shires out.
Catacombs.
Catacombs.
That's a catacomb. No, I don't know what shires out.
Yeah.
It's this. We lived in caves.
Like hobbits.
Listen, it wasn't enough caves for everyone. So some people were living underground out, in hovels out.
It's bad.
It was bad out, and they were sitting back here and hiding. They were sitting back here growing whatever they could and hiding it from the Midianites, because they would come take everything that they had. Point was that with all that being said, and Gideon and his 300 men, just 300, sat back here and delivered the nation from these Midianites. This was a response that the people said to Gideon because of what he did. Read on. Read verse 22 again.
Judges chapter 8, verse 22. Then the men of Israel said up unto Gideon, Rule thou over us, both thou and thy son, and thy son's son also, for thou hast delivered us from the hand of the Medians.
This is when Israel started really pushing for kingship. Listen, it wasn't kingship wasn't being pushed at the start during the time of Samuel. They were pushing for Israel to be kings now. And you know, at one time, I was sitting back here saying, why in the hell would Israel want kings? Why would Israel need kings when they had the Lord, Yahweh Shai, and the Most High. But after reading Judges and after reading this, I understand why the Jews wanted kings. What the sad thing about what kings have showed us is that this book of Kings is a perfect representation about how Israel functions now. You know how Israel functions now? Every man for himself. That's what Judges was showing us. Because when the land of the Manassites was being raided and taken advantage of, people in Asher didn't help. The people in Zebulun didn't help. These are the tribes that were bordering Manasseh. Ephraim was south of Manasseh. You had Dan, who was south of Manasseh, even though they were weakened. You had Asher. You had Zebulun. You had Naphtali. They were all bordering Manasseh, and they all knew what was happening. But nobody did anything. Then, when the Most High worked through Gideon and 300 men to wipe out 115,000, it was 135,000 Midianites and Ishmaelites initially. 135,000 that were giving these people problems. 300 men wiped them out. Now, with that being said, as they were descending down south, because this is what was happening, there were like 15,000 men of the Midianites remaining. They were descending down south alongside the Jordan River, and they were entering into the land of Ephraim. Ephraim wiped out a lot of them too. And as Ephraim was whipping their butt, they crossed over the River Jordan, and they went over to the eastern side of the Israelite lands, which is the land of Gilead, Manasseh, because Gilead was referred to as Reuben and Gad. That was Gilead. And then above that was East Manasseh, which was the other part of where the Manassites were living. My point is this: nobody cared about Manasseh and what they were going through until they were obtaining the victory. Because like last week, y'all should read that. Let's watch that in class, because Ephraim was sitting back here trying to go to war with Gideon. Because they said, Gideon, how come you didn't tell us y'all was fighting? Y'all should have told us y'all was fighting. Why'd they say that? They painted a picture like I'm coming here to look after y'all, and y'all should have came through us first. But as you're going to read even with Jephthah, they just wanted to share the money out. They wanted a share of the spoils.
Yep.
That's all they wanted. And this was the beginning of Ephraim trying to flex their authority as being the top dog tribe. You're going to see all throughout these Judges is that Ephraim was bullying the northern tribes and flexing on them. The only tribes they really couldn't flex on was Judah and Benjamin. But they were flexing on the rest of them. And you're going to keep reading how Ephraim consistently flexed on the other 9.5 tribes. Which is ultimately why they considered themselves the top of the 9.5 tribes. That spirit started when Joshua crossed them over, and Shiloh, which is one of the cities in Ephraim, became the head city of the nation. That was before Jerusalem ended up getting conquered. Anyway, what's my point? My point is that there was so much individualism. If there was not issues handling your tribe, they didn't give a damn about it. You're going to read also in last week's class when Gideon was chasing those 15,000 men that crossed over the River Jordan. They went to 2 separate cities in the land of Gilead, just asking them for bread. They said, me and my 300 men need food. Can you give us food so we can go and finish these guys out and wipe them out? Both kings, both cities, and the elders of their cities said, you know what?
77 kings in all.
Of one city.
Of one city.
And then there was other, not kings, but elders. There were 77 elders of one city, and other elders of other cities. So you know what, man? We can't do it. We can't give y'all, you and your men, your 300 men bread, because pretty much, what if y'all lose?
Which means what?
If you lose, they're going to come at us.
Right.
For supporting.
So we're not going to take the risk of sticking our neck out there and even feeding you. Listen, Gideon didn't say go fight with us. He just said, man, can you give us some food so we can continue on? No, I can't do that. My name is Bennett, and I ain't in it. I don't want no part of what you guys got yourself into. That was the spirit and mindset of the judges.
You see why spirit.
Yep, cover your ass. And this is, and understanding this is why Israel was pushing for a king. And eventually, this is why the New Testament was so important. The New Testament was so important because as you read through all these Jews and judges knew the law, knew their stories. They knew all the history. But you know one thing they didn't have? Love.
Yeah.
And common consideration.
That's odd. That's not odd that our people would turn a blind eye to our suffering.
Mm-hmm.
Just to ensure that their own personal situation is comfortable.
Ton. And this was the issue. So now that Gideon won regardless and in spite of those cities not covering him, people were like, we're going to make Gideon, his sons, and his sons' rulers in perpetuity. That was the goal that the people wanted. Because if you're looking at it from a carnal perspective, how else can you motivate carnal people to come together but to make them do it? So the idea of having a kingship was created because Israel naturally wasn't going to love each other out of the kindness of their own hearts.
Unless they were forced to.
Unless they were
Unless
forced
there's
to.
blood against the wall, blood in the streets, end of the world situations.
Yes.
9/11s.
Yeah.
If it's not some national emergency, Israel's not going to sit here and look after the best interests of the nation.
So the nation thought the best way to neutralize this was to have a kingship. And that's against the Most High's wishes. Because the Most High anticipated and hoped that the least we can do was just show love for each other and be brothers. That was the goal that the Most High had intended for his people. But it just didn't work out that way. So we're going to read now about what Gideon's response to being requested to be a king was. Okay?
Judges 8 verse 23. And Gideon said unto
Y'all
them,
be quick and y'all don't be sitting back here smacking on food for long. Y'all go roll. Get it.
and Gideon
Come on.
said up,
You too. Go ahead.
verse 23. And Gideon said unto them, I will not rule over you, neither shall my sons rule over you. The Most High shall rule over you.
And you know what? Gideon gave the right answer. I'm not going to rule over you. My sons aren't going to rule over you. But you know what? The Most High is going to rule over you. Right? But what you're going to start seeing is a shift in how these judges are treated. Okay? You're going to start seeing a shift. Read on.
Verse 24. And Gideon said unto them, I would desire a request of you.
I want something though. I'm not going to be your king. But I want something out the deal. Read on.
That ye would give me every man the earrings of his prey.
And so it was 135,000 men that they wiped out. Now, he wanted the earrings of each one of those guys. Read on.
For they had golden earrings because they were Ishmaelites.
Okay. Now, we can also put together, you would imagine he took the gold and he melted it and he made whatever he wanted to make. Right? Read on.
And they answered, We will willingly give them. And they spared a garment.
Spread.
And they spread a garment, and did cast therein every man the earrings of his prey.
So everybody gave up all these guys' earrings and gave them to Gideon. Read on.
And the weight of the golden earrings that he requested was 1,700 shekels of gold.
1,700 shekels of gold is a lot of gold, even for back then. Okay, so he's cashed out, huh?
What?
Keep going.
Besides ornaments and collars
People got to see that. Huh?
and purple raiment.
This is the water that we drink in Sword True San Antonio. No, I'm not
Endorsed by Sword.
That's not water, man.
Only the best for the priests.
That's artesian.
That's funny.
We're clowning. We're clowning with just jokes. All right, just jokes. Okay, but keep going, sir. So read verse 26 again.
Verse
I
26.
threw the whole spirit off saying
All
that
good,
crap.
all good.
Had to though. It was wide open. Read that.
Verse 26. And the weight of the golden earrings that he requested was 1,700 shekels of gold. Besides ornaments and collars and purple raiment that was on the kings of Midian, and besides the chains that were about their camels' necks.
So this is the situation now. Gideon did great things. There's no doubt about it. One of the great things Gideon did was the fact he was the only judge of that time that finished the battles that he started. Okay? Most leaders and judges at the time, they sat back here and never finished the wars that they were supposed to fight. Gideon did. So Gideon showed a lot of resolve. Also, he destroyed the Baal's altar, and then built up the Most High's altar instead. And that's why he was referred to as Jerubbaal, because the people wanted him dead for tearing down the altar of Baal. And his father, which was the orchestrator of the development of the Baal's temple, he said, "Listen, man, y'all don't kill Gideon. If Baal has a problem with Gideon tearing down his temple, let Baal deal with him." And that was Gideon's name. Pretty much, Jerubbaal means to face Baal. The Most High Baal facing Gideon. That's pretty much what his name meant. Okay? So his other name was, let's get the specific name so I'm just not talking jive. Can somebody look up Jerubbaal and get the definition of it, what his name meant? Just so that I'm not just making things up. But it pretty much meant like person was standing Baal or Baal was standing him. Because what they were saying is that if Baal was pissed off about the altar being destroyed, Baal can sit back here and face and judge Gideon. So that's what his name is in a nutshell. I'm just trying to give a breakdown of what's happening, because going into chapter 9 has a lot to do with it. Yes, Adam.
It says Jerubbaal is he that defends Baal.
Exactly.
Let Baal defend his cause.
Let Baal defend his cause. So if Baal was so pissed off about Gideon tearing down the altar, let Baal sit back here and deal with it. Baal didn't do anything about it. And that was why his name was Jerubbaal. Okay? So, let that go. Now we know that Gideon did a lot of good things. Tearing down altars, wiping out the enemies. But now he said, no, I don't want to be a king, and my sons aren't going to be kings. But I'll take all this gold, and I'll take all the king's garments that died. I'm wear all the purple. I'm wear all the drip. I got all this gold.
And the camel's necklaces.
I got all these fire outfits and all these fire gold pieces. And I'm dressing, and I got gold like a king, but I don't want the name king. Right? Read on.
Verse 27. And Gideon made an ephod thereof.
Stop. Gideon made an ephod. Who wears ephods?
Priest.
Why the hell is he rocking ephods?
This is hat.
Listen, Gideon's rocking ephods. Only the head Levi could rock the ephod. So you can see his actions. He might not have took on the mantle of a king, but his actions acted like he was a king. If he dressed like a king, got gold like a king, rocking ephods like the head man, guess what? You roll like a damn king. Am I right or wrong? This is important because it sets the tone for the next chapter. Read on.
And put in his city even an
Ophrah.
Ophrah.
Ophrah is in the land of Manasseh, northwest in Manasseh, on the western side of the land of Jordan. Don't forget, there was Manasseh on the west side, and there was Manasseh on the east side. Just know that. This is on the west side of Manasseh. Read on.
And all Israel went thither a whoring after it.
So Israel started whoring after that what? That ephod. What does that mean?
Start worshiping.
They start worshiping. If they're worshiping the ephod, who are they also worshiping?
The
man. The one who got it on them.
Yeah.
Don't believe me, just watch me. Gold all on my watch. Gold all on my chain. That's what it was doing, huh?
Yeah.
So he made it about him. And the people were whoring after what he was doing and what he was wearing. But he just didn't take the name king on.
It's still a status symbol.
It was a status. He was making himself like a king. He was being idolized like a king without the title of a king.
Yeah.
No, I'm not a king. But kiss the ring.
Yeah.
Kiss the ring. Kiss the ring. But I'm not a king. I just have an ephod on. But I'm not a king. That's the whole point. Read on.
Which thing became a snare unto Gideon,
It says, which thing became a snare unto Gideon. Read on.
and to his house.
So what it's showing you is this man's conduct, even though he did a whole lot of good, there was a consequence to this conduct. Still making it about him. Hold this verse and go to Ezekiel chapter 33, verse 12. Ezekiel 33 and verse 12.
Ezekiel chapter 33, verse 12.
Make sure everybody gets it. Ezekiel 33 and verse 12. Read that.
Therefore, thou son of man, say unto the children of the people, the righteousness of the righteous shall not deliver him in the day of his transgression.
This is the point, all the good that you do is not going to deliver you in the day that you go left. All the good Gideon did in all the earlier chapters where he saved the people were relieved and taken care of and saved from an oppressive Midianite people, an oppressive Ishmaelite people. It's not going to save you in the day of your transgression. It's almost like all that good nullifies. Is nullified when you start making it about you afterwards. This ephod he set up, all his attention he brought to him, it was almost like he made Ophrai's hometown the new Levitical city, the new priesthood. The tabernacle was in where? Does anybody know where the tabernacle was in the time of Judges? Because the tabernacle wasn't in Jerusalem. Jerusalem was still running around with a bunch of six-fingered damn Canaanites, These huge beast animal Canaanites, Jerusalem was a hard place to take over, But it was in Shiloh. And Shiloh was in the land of Ephraim. So pretty much he was sitting back here and shifting them to the focus to his land. And he said a lot of Israel went a whoring after him and that ephod. Because you know what Israelites to do? The Spirit was with him to take over our enemies. We're going to serve him. We're going to serve that ephod him because the Spirit was with him. Israel wants to sit back and serve anything that symbolizes victory. Okay? So read on in Ezekiel.
As for the wickedness of the wicked, he shall not fall thereby in the day that he turneth from his wickedness.
So if a man is living wicked and he changes and repents, all his wickedness won't be held against him at the end. What is this also saying? It's not how you start, it's how you what? Finish. How you finish, right? So all that good Gideon did, he's not going to be forgotten for the good, but you also got to see the bad.
What brought his downfall?
Exactly. He made it about him. Because what it's also showing you is the Most High is looking at you before the blessing, and he's really looking at you after you get blessed. Can you remain humble? Do you still give the Most High credit? Listen, he gave the Most High glory halfway. I won't take the kingship, and it won't go to my son. But you know what? Give me that gold.
Yep. Give me that.
Give me that perp. Give me that perp over there. Give me them robes. I'm gonna make an ephod. I'm gonna rock it, and the people are gonna be sitting back here locking into me like I am a king anyway.
So that just shows you that his words didn't match his actions.
That's the point.
His words was like, I didn't want to be. Don't acknowledge me as king. Yeah. But his actions said, I'm in charge.
That's my point. Yeah. He was boss hogging.
It was ego tripping.
Yes, he was.
So the righteousness of the righteous shall not deliver him in the day of his transgression.
Yes.
That's if you. So is that if you make a mistake, or is that if you're committed to not repenting?
Yes, it's you're committed to not repenting.
And if you read the next verse, read verse 13.
Verse 13. When I shall say to the righteous that he shall surely live if he trusts to his own righteousness.
Now he says, a lot of times when you're doing good for so long, you start to get the idea that the Most High is going to give me credit. Like you build credit with the Most High. Like I've done so much good.
I can sin a couple more times.
I can make a couple mistakes, and the Most High gonna forgive me because look at all the good I've been doing. Mm-hmm. That's when a man starts to trust in his own righteousness. Yep. When he starts to think that the Most High is gonna give him credit because of the good that he's done for so long.
Yes.
That I can make a couple mistakes and flaws, and it's not gonna count as much when a man starts to try to determine what the Most High is going to count as sin or not, or pass judgment on or not, that's when a man is trusting in his own righteousness. He's trusting in his own judgment.
Yes.
You know, versus as saying, you know what, right is right, wrong is wrong. Now, we don't get no credit with the Most High.
We don't.
You know what I'm saying?
So we have to live right all the time.
All the time, yeah. There ain't no such thing as, I've been good for a month, so you should let this slide.
Yep.
The Most High just starts you back over at square one.
Yep.
Every time you sin, you start right back over at square one.
Let's keep going that verse.
Yep.
Let me finish this verse because that verse hits.
Keep
Keep
going
going to verse
13.
13, yes.
And commit iniquity, all his righteousness shall not be remembered.
That's the point.
Yep.
We done?
But for his iniquity that he hath committed, he shall die for it.
So the sins that a man does, even though he did a lot of good, he's got to get punished for the sins he commits. The sins you have to get paid. You have to pay for it. You have to pay the piper. And what's going to happen is Gideon causing Israel to whore after that image, after that ephod. They were whoring because now their mind, when it says a person is going whoring, what does it mean? Their praise and appreciation has shifted from the Most High to a man or to another deity. So if he's the one wearing the ephod, what do you think's happening? Ephods are meant to be worn. You don't make an ephod and don't wear it. So they were making him and propping him as a god. So he caused Israel to stumble by his selfishness.
He was redirecting the praise that the Most High received.
Exactly. And you know what's crazy? And that's why his generations and his children had to suffer because of his choices. We're going to read about how his children suffered because of his decisions. You want to lead Israel astray? Then your family's going to feel the cost of this.
I'm going to pull the scripture right
Yes.
now. Ecclesiasticus, chapter 11, verse 28. Ecclesiasticus, chapter 11, verse 28.
I'll read it. Ecclesiasticus chapter 11, verse 28. Judge none blessed before his death.
Do what?
Judge none blessed before his death.
We always look at, oh, this person was successful. This person was victorious. This person did great works. The scripture says, judge none blessed before his death. Because not how you start, it's how you what?
How you
Finish.
finish.
How we finish. Read.
It says, for a man shall be known in his children.
For a man shall be what?
Known in his children.
So our policies, our practices, our beliefs, and our ethics will be expressed in our children and those that are following and marrying our principles. And so what you're seeing is you're seeing Gideon's life before the Most High blessed him. The Most High blessed him in his warfare, and he got growth, he had prosperity, and then guess what? When he had prosperity, he forgot his affliction. He forgot where he came from. So when Israel gets successful, we get wealth, property, money, we get some type of name or reputation, we forget our humble beginnings. When we forget our humble beginnings, we regress back to our natural nature. And that's what the scripture says. You can't judge a man blessed because it's not determined if he's going to complete the spiritual path or he's going to go back to his old path and do what?
Back to his vomit.
Go back to his vomit.
And even if it's not an old path, it's still there's something in him that was never resolved.
Yep.
Like you never would have known that Gideon had the spirit of wanting to be acknowledged until he got in that position.
Yep. To where people started acknowledging him.
Not yet until he was successful in his battle.
Because what Gideon said when the angel met him, he said, "I'm the least in my father's house." So he wasn't the top in his father's house. So nobody would have known where he was at until he was put in the position of shining. Then you know where a man's heart is at. Okay, you done? Let's go back. Let's go back to Judges. It's good to have the mix of oils, man. That smells good. Like old times.
Yeah.
9 verse what?
9 verse 28 now.
8 verse 28.
8 verse 28.
Yeah, 8 verse 28. Salaki, my fault.
Judges chapter 8 verse 28. Thus was Midian subdued before the children of Israel. So they lifted up their heads no more. And the country was in quietness 40 years and 40 days of Gideon.
So what ended up happening is Gideon was able to sustain peace in his land for 40 years. And he was still the judge, shining, rocking that ephod for 40 damn years. So his time, he didn't see the effects of his conduct until after he passed. Okay, read on.
Verse 29. And Jerubbaal,
It's the same name as Gideon. Okay, it's the same name as Gideon. Read on.
And Jerubbaal, the son of
Joash.
Went and dwelt in his house.
In his own house.
I like it. And Gideon had 70 sons of his body begotten. For he had many wives.
Listen, the kings had many wives. The kings had the money and the power to have many wives. This is another thing to show that there was some kingship going on. Okay? Many wives, a whole lot of gold,
70
royal
sons.
garments, 70 sons. How many daughters you got? You got a lot of kids. You don't think he was just winning every time? Boys all the time? Listen, he had to have kids in the hundreds. Kingship, he was a king. That he was rolling like a king without taking the name king on the mantle. Read on.
Can I post this real fast?
Yeah.
Deuteronomy 17, verse 15.
Yep, that's a good one.
Deuteronomy chapter 17, verse 15.
Yep,
Yes, sir.
that's what the law says about having too many wives.
Because this is parallel. This is before Solomon's time, but it's parallel to the same concept that Solomon lived by.
Yep.
Solomon started multiplying wives. What did Jerubbaal do? Multiplied wives.
Yep.
All right.
Yep.
Deuteronomy chapter 17, verse 15.
We didn't say it's wrong to have multiple ribs. We said multiply, not add. Okay. Read.
Thou shalt in any wise set him king over thee, whom the Lord thy God shall choose. One from among thy brethren shalt thou set king over thee.
Okay.
Thou mayest not set a stranger over thee.
So if there has to be a king, cool. This is the rules of kingship. There's not supposed to be a kingship, but if there's a kingship, this is the rules.
Mm-hmm.
Read.
Which is not thy brother.
Can't be a nation.
It cannot be Obama.
Or
Can't be-
Biden.
Reagan.
That's hilarious. God.
Read.
Verse 16. But he shall not multiply horses to himself.
Stop. Listen, you're gonna read about all the judges. For some reason, you're gonna read. The scripture says you're not supposed to be multiplying horses to yourself.
Mm-hmm.
You realize all of the minor prophets, they had tons of horses out. It's the truth. They were all taking advantage of the perks, huh? They were taking advantage of. Listen, all the judges, not the prophets, sorry, all the judges. You're gonna read from here on out. They had a lot of sons and a lot of horses out. But scripture says you're not supposed to sit back here and have a whole bunch of horses out. He says their sons were expert horse riders. I was wondering why the hell they were saying that, but I forgot you can't multiply the horses either. Just keep that in the back of your mind. Read on.
But he shall not multiply horses to himself, nor cause the people to return to Egypt.
So we can't go back to paganism.
Mm-hmm.
Read.
Well, so you can't wear ephods out and keep and sit back here and wear robes,
You
purple
can't-
robes out.
You can't.
with the letter guy. You know them Laverne and Shirley robes out with the with the stitch L and the stitch letter. You know he was doing stuff like that, huh? Keep going, huh?
To the end that he should multiply horses.
To the end, not beginning or middle. The end. We just keeps going.
Yeah, cool.
Science thing yet? Well, science thing yet? I'm gonna keep going.
Keep going.
Read.
For as much as the Most High hath said unto you, ye shall henceforth return no more that way.
So we're not supposed to go into this spirit of multiplying
Indulgence, huh?
and indulgence. That's a good point.
Overindulgence. Why do you need all these damn horses?
Being excessive.
Look at me stable.
Yeah.
He's magnificent animal.
Yeah.
Look
He's
at
a
this
dog.
one.
Yeah, that's a pure blood.
Pure animal.
Yeah, I got the papers.
That's what I'm saying, huh? But keep going now. You can't multiply horses.
Verse 17. Neither shall he multiply wives to himself.
So now I'm multiplying all these affairs around me that take my conscience off the Most High. It's equivalent to over
It's
multiple.
not about men having 2 ribs out. He's
Yeah.
wicked. That's not it.
It's not saying
this
that.
This is. Were you 70 kids? 70 men? Men, children?
Just men.
Just men. You had over 100 children. That's overboard. Much, don't you think?
You don't even remember all their names.
You gonna say Junior?
Yeah.
Junior, get over here. You gonna go all the boys,
You gotta
Junior.
give numbers, man. Where number 11 at?
They all look at the damn same. It ain't much difference.
You had a couple of kids.
I'm gonna call you Curly Head. Curly Head, get over here.
Nickname.
Keep going.
Little feet.
Oh my goodness, keep going.
Verse 17. Neither shall he multiply wives to himself,
Why?
that his heart turn not away.
Because a man will start to indulge and over access his mind into his own personal matters.
His own vices. What's your vices?
Come.
Continue.
Neither shall he greatly multiply to himself silver and gold.
There you go, man.
So these are all just horses, women, and then riches. When a man gives his conscience to those things, he loses attention to the Father.
And this is what was happening. He was getting showered with gifts. He did everything. Listen, Gideon did everything wrong, but ride the horses. He sat back and sent Israel right back into Egypt with the ephod. He multiplied too many women. He overindulged in the gold. He took too much gold, It got to 1,700 shekels. That's a lot. Besides ornaments and collars and other gold and silver and other richly garments and goodly garments. He went there. He did he took all the trappings of a king instead of being called the king. And this began to be his downfall. Let's go back in the scriptures. Perfect verse.
Judges chapter 8, I'll start at 30.
Yes.
Verse 30. And Gideon had 70 sons of his body begotten, for he had many wives.
So he had many wives, which were women that he dealt with that were Israelite women. Right? Read on.
Verse 31. And his concubine that was in
Shechem. So he had a concubine, a woman that was of another nation that lived in Shechem. Now Shechem was south of Ophrah, okay, and it was a gutter city. It was gutter because Shechem was a heavy Baal-centric city. They served Baal, and they had a mixture of Canaanite people and Israelite people that lived in Canaan, but they weren't really following the Most High. They were following Canaanite deities. Shechem was the hood. Okay, it was a negative place. So he had this woman from Shechem. Read on.
She also bare him a son, whose name he called Abimelech.
Which name he called Abimelech. And if you sit back here and look at the definition of Abimelech, it means son of the king.
That's hilarious.
That's my point. Son of the king. So listen, it's everything but calling himself the damn king. You get the picture? Gideon was making it about him, to where his son was called like he was connected to the king.
Abimelech, my father is king.
That's my point. My dad and the king. My dad and the king. That's what I'm saying. My father is king. We're trying to show a pattern of how Israel started making it about them. So before we go into Samuel about the Jews universally coming together and asking for a king, this was happening leading up to it. This wasn't some new thing. The judges were taking on the mantra of being kings. And they were taking all the success and it was going to their head. It was also, remember we read in Judges earlier that the caliber of men had diminished from the time of Moses and Joshua. They just weren't the same caliber guys anymore. They weren't the same caliber men in the nation. The nation was watering down. But this is how the nation waters down. The nation waters down by the leaders making it about them. And the people making it about them. Everybody was making it about them. So let's keep going.
Verse 32. And Gideon, the son of Joash, died in a good old age,
Okay.
and was buried in the sepulchre of Joash his father,
Mm-hmm.
and Ophrah of the
Abizarites.
Abizarites. Verse 33.
So listen, Gideon died. The Most High let him go and live his life in peace because of how he helped save the nation. Read on.
Verse 33. And it came to pass, as soon as Gideon was dead, that the children of Israel turned again, and went a whoring after Balaam, and made a Baal-berith their god.
The crazy thing is this: Baal-berith was the main god in the land of Shechem. Already. Shechem, listen, in the land of Shechem, Baal-berith was the main god already, and it was spreading amongst the whole nation. Once again, this was the consequence of allowing these Canaanites to stay so close to the people, huh? This is the consequence. It started spreading. The momentum of these false gods was a continual issue for the people. And the people needed to be forced to lock in to the Most High, because it wasn't in the people to naturally want to pursue the Heavenly Father, but that's what the Most High wanted from us. Continue.
Verse 34. And the children of Israel remembered not the Most High their God, who had delivered them out of the hand of all their enemies on every side.
Done.
Verse 35. Neither shewed they kindness to the house of Jerubbaal, namely Gideon, according to all the goodness which he had showed unto Israel.
So what is going now verse 35 kind of leads into what's happening in chapter 9. How the people soon forgot the good that Gideon did. But don't forget, it was a curse. This was a curse. The people were going to turn on Gideon because Gideon turned the people from who? Most High. This is the consequence. The people turned their back on Gideon because Gideon helped lead them astray and had them focusing so much on him as being this head.
I put a scripture on that too.
Yes, sir.
Exodus chapter 23, verse 8.
Exodus 23 verse 8.
Exodus chapter 23, verse 8. And thou shalt take no gift.
And one of the mistakes that Gideon made is that after he was victorious in battle for defending Israel,
Great verse.
he shouldn't have he said, I only ask one thing of you. He started requesting those earrings. He started requesting the earrings that came from those Ishmaelites.
When I didn't read earlier, perfect verse. When he first took out the last Ishmaelite guys, he saw this shiny ornament on the camel's eye. And the Ishmaelites had their own gods and deities on their camels and on their neck side. And he started looking at all this shiny stuff. He said, I want that necklace on them camels. And he started sitting back. I'm telling you, I didn't say this. We went into it last week. I didn't think it was necessary until you brought this point up. He started making about the ornaments right when he killed those last two kings or the leaders of the Midianites when he was pursuing them across to the eastern side of the Jordan.
They were Midianite camels.
Ishmaelite. It was Ishmaelite camel. They had necklaces on the camels.
If you ever seen them, it looks really awesome. The camels, they have all these head
wrap.
It looks awesome. It's like how we dig out cars.
Yeah.
But they dig their camels out the same way.
They had rims on.
Yeah, they have rims.
They spin it. They spin
They're
it.
riding on them, and the camels moving around, and the gold is shining out. It kind of looks cool.
But the camels don't go fast though, man.
But it just looks
They try. It's like this.
They ride slow.
2 miles an hour. So everybody sees me. Oh my goodness! But he saw these ornaments on these camels, and you know the ornaments had their own idolatry symbols on it. He started getting caught up in the imagery. Right as soon as he finished them off, then he started taking the gold, man.
Wow.
Verse 21 says it. In Judges 8:21, it says, after he took out these guys and took away the ornaments that were on the camels' necks, and that was it, He took them ornaments, and that was it. He was done, That's all I want to bring out, because what you said is perfect. Taking the gifts, pursuing those gifts, was the beginning of the end for him. I'm sorry, keep going, Chapter 1.
I'm right, just making a note of that. Read up,
Yes,
read
sir.
on. Read that again.
Exodus chapter 23, verse 8. And thou shalt take no gift, for the gift blindeth the wise.
So he should have just left it alone. He should have just said, you know what, my obligation for my people was good enough.
Yep.
To see my people dwell in safety was good enough.
Or the people that I took out of my own hand, that's my spoil.
Yeah.
That keeps everybody honest. The people he took out, that's my spoil. Let me go home to my land and shut it down.
Yep.
He said the words, I don't want to be a king, but he took advantage of every other aspect of being a king. All the perks.
He was disingenuous in the statement.
It was very
He's
disingenuous.
like, yeah, I'm not trying to be the king.
But I'll give you that.
Give me that.
You give me that purple stuff.
Yeah.
I want them robes. I want them chains. Now I'm happy. Oh, you know, let me make this ephod with this gold.
Gotta ride this
Because
out.
you get the money, then the women are gonna come.
You get the money. You get the power.
He's a very rich man.
Oh my goodness.
A lot of Scarface spirits out here. Let me stop now. Let's keep going. So let's continue.
Yeah. Finish that last verse right there.
Verse 8. And perverted the word of the righteous.
And that's what gifts do. It perverted the words of the righteous. Go ahead. Oh, that's it right there. So it shows you that the gifts change the heart.
Yep.
And that's what happens when you get rewarded too much.
Yep.
You start locking into the reward,
Yep.
not into what I'm doing it for.
Come on. And you lose your humility. So now let's get into Judges chapter 9.
Judges chapter 9, verse 1.
Now listen, let's get Adam in here now.
Okay.
Adam Shah Shabbatah, Ban Yahawah, Ban Yasharala.
Adam, Shalom, Shabbatah, Ban Yahawah, Ban Yashala. I much him. Bro. Yahweh, Shem, Yahshabbatah.
Yahweh Shem Yahshabrakatam.
Alright. Let's get it.
Judges chapter 9 and verse 1.
Okay, now we're in Judges 9. Now we're going into father to the king. What was the definition? Was Abimelech God? Son of the king?
Yeah, my father is king.
And I keep saying it wrong. My father is the king.
Yeah.
Which means I'm the king. I'm the king coming. I'm about to be the next king coming through. That's what it means.
Son of royalty.
Listen, if my father's the king, guess what I am? I'm the prince.
Both kings.
I'm the prince.
I'm a baby king.
I'm Jeffrey Jephthah. So let's read it. Let's read Judges 9 and 1.
Judges 9 and 1. And Abimelech, the son of Jerubbaal, went to Shechem unto his mother's brethren.
So once again, listen, he went to Shechem unto his mother's brethren, which were the Canaanite people. Read on.
And communed with them, and with all the family of the house of his mother's father, saying, Speak, I pray you, in the ears of all the men of Shechem, whether is better for you, either that all the sons of Jerubbaal, which are 70 persons, reign over you, or that one reign over you. Remember also that I am your bone and your flesh.
So this is what Jerubbaal did. He said, listen, man, I'm going to talk to all these sons of Shechem. Mostly they were degenerates. Mostly they were Canaanite men, Canaanite people. He said, listen, would you rather that these 70 sons of Jerubbaal or Gideon? He said, listen, you notice he said Jerubbaal, right? Instead of Gideon. Why did Shechem say, do y'all want these 70 sons of Jerubbaal to rule over you? Or do you want a son of Shechem to be with you? What does Jerubbaal mean again? No, not Jerubbaal. What's that? Who has that definition?
To withstand Baal.
To withstand Baal. So do you want 70 guys that are against your God to be your king?
It's politics.
Or do you want me to be your
It's
king?
politics.
And I'm about your people. I'm with you. I'm with you, y'all.
Yeah.
My kinfolk is with you.
I'm one of you.
Why you want to be with the guys that are against Baal? When you know this whole city is about Baal. Get it? So Abimelech was being very political. Read on.
And his mother's brethren spake of him in the ears of all the men of Shechem all these words. And their hearts inclined to follow Abimelech, for they said, he is our brother.
So he went to Shechem, which was a grimy, low-down city, and they said, we'll ride with you. Now hold this verse. No, read verse 4. Read verse 4.
And they gave him 70 pieces of silver out of the house of Baal-berith.
Listen, they gave him 70 pieces of silver out of the Baal-berith's tithe box. That's what it was. Huh? They gave the money out of the Baal tithe box. Huh? They had to give money to Baal too. So they went to the Baal house in Shechem. It was the Baal-berith's house in Shechem. And they took some bread. It was financed by Baal.
Real bail bonds. Huh?
That was Baal bonds. That's what I'm saying. It was real Baal bonds, and they financed to sit back here and take out these 70 sons of Jerubbaal. It was all negative. No, read on.
Wherewith Abimelech hired vain and light persons.
He said Abimelech hired vain and light persons. Read on.
Which followed him.
What are vain and light persons?
Like this rap entourage.
It's all about money, huh?
Yeah.
It's all about money, it's all about power.
Grimy, man.
It's if you need something, what does a vain and light person do? He takes it. A vain and light person is going to take it. It's thieves, huh? Robbers, common criminals, degenerates, huh? Shooters, huh?
Yeah, shooters.
Hitters, huh? That's what they were. They were light and vain persons who only cared about what? Survival. That's a light and vain person in the eyes of the Most High. Understand this, because you're going to read about light and vain persons later on in the chapters. Light and vain persons is a theme during the time of Judges. This 300 to 400 years after Joshua died, the whole land was full of high, light and vain people. Hitters, shooters, listen, pirates. That's what it was, huh? It was a lot of pirates, huh? Stick-up kids, huh? That's a bunch of Omars, huh? I'm trying to paint as many pictures as I can paint, huh? Thieves, stick-up kids, robbers.
Chain snatchers.
Chain snatchers, huh? What's that?
Jack.
There's a lot of jack boys out here, huh? A lot of takers. Those were the light and vain people that Shechem was affiliating himself with. Now hold this verse and go to Josephus, Antiquities of the Jews, Book 5, Chapter 7, Paragraph 1.
Book 5?
Book 5,
Chapter
7,
right.
Paragraph 1. Because this chapter gives a little bit more insight about Abimelech, father to the king, and how what he did to finance his rise to the top, and how he acclimated himself to the Shechemites. Okay? Thank you, sir. It is book 5, chapter 7, paragraph 1. Take your time, make sure everybody gets it.
Book 5, chapter 7, paragraph.
This is the era of light men.
Chapter 7, what? Paragraph 1.
Yep.
I got it. Wow.
Yeah, you can read the next chapters after this. Yeah, I'm looking at everybody's shot.
Ready?
Yep.
Now Gideon had 70 sons that were legitimate, for he had many wives. But he had also one that was spurious. By his concubine Druma.
Let's look up spurious. I missed this one. He says he has many illegitimate. Spurious means illegitimate, but look it up. He says he had one child that was not legitimate. That's what spurious means. Somebody get it? Somebody got it?
It's not genuine. Definition of spurious. Not genuine. Not proceeding from the true source.
Exactly.
Or from the source pretended.
Well, what that means is not legitimate means back in those days, if you had a child by another nation, that child didn't have equal inheritance to the natural sons.
Not legitimate bastard.
Listen, because he had a child by one of another nation, and at that time, Israel scoffed down upon that watering down the holy lineage. Okay, but continue
From the top of continue.
This spurious part.
By his concubine Druma, whose name was Abimelech, who, after his father's death, retired to Shechem. to his mother's relations.
So after he died, the son was with the father until the father died. Why did he leave back to Shechem? Because he knew the sons were going to do what? They were going to ride on him, huh?
Yeah, ostracized.
You know, you ain't going to be part of this damn inheritance. There's only so much land anyway. 70 sons? You got to go. So they sent him back to Shechem, which was that damn hood, huh? It was a dirty, grimy place full of pirates, huh? You got to think about the picture, huh? Drinking ale, serving Baal, robbing and stealing. You're going to see, what I'm saying, I'm painting the picture, it's going to all make sense as you read.
Negative's really accepted over there.
Exactly. Read on.
For they were of that place, and when he had got money of such of them as were imminent of many instances of injustice.
He got money. How he built his brand up, so to speak. He started sitting back here getting money with them that were imminent in many instances of injustice. He started hanging with the crews that were good at being stick-up kids. He was hanging around a bunch of guys that was about taking, robbing, and stealing.
Yeah, there's nothing new under the sun.
That's the point, exactly. So he was around the top eminent killers, shooters and killers and robbers and thieves of the land. That was full of degenerates anyway. So obviously the people loved him because he was already associating with himself with that bad element anyway. So when he sits back here and talks to people in Shechem and he tries to get them on his side, he's appealing to all the killers and the shooters. Because that's what he's going to need to go to his brother's land to take out his brothers.
And just so people know, this is also considered. It says the plain of Shechem, which extends considerably distance to the north, south, and east, is near Jacob's well in Shinar, which is called Shechem. So it's near Jacob's well. Those that know different stories in the Bible. So it's in the area of Jacob's well.
And Jacob's well was full of Canaanites.
Yeah.
And that was a Canaanite stronghold. Okay? Let's continue.
And he came with them to his father's house and slew all his brethren, except Jephthah.
So he took all those killers that was expert killers in Shechem and convinced them to go up and take out these 70 sons and allow Abimelech to be king. He's like, wouldn't y'all rather me be the king? And I'm going to look after y'all, take care of y'all, and versus these 70 guys that don't even believe in Baal, sitting back here being over y'all, being tyrants over y'all. So obviously these dirtbags, like, I'm going to ride with you. We have a better chance of surviving with you than with these 70 sons of Jerubbaal, the people that hate Baal, right? So they go to Ophrah, him and his band of goons. They get some more bread from the temple of Baal in Shechem. They go to Ophrah, which is where Gideon's children were, and they kill the 70 sons of Gideon or Jerubbaal. Read on.
For he had the good.
Everybody clear so far? I know I keep saying Gideon and Jerubbaal. They're the same guy. We're dealing with his sons, the 70 sons he had, that Abimelech is sending out with him and the rest of his band of killers to go kill his brothers, so he can take on the position of the leadership. Okay, and he was a self-imposed king.
I gotta read one more thing real quick.
Okay,
it says Shechem was the scene of Abimelech's abortive attempt to found a kingdom modeled on Canaanite standards, which violated the ideals of the covenant confederacy.
yeah.
Here, Rehoboam came to be crowned by the northern tribes.
Wow, I didn't know
So
that.
in that same place, that's where Rehoboam was crowned,
Wow.
and he was that highly paganistic king later on down the line.
Well, he got his ass kicked and lost his. Listen, he was until for those who don't know about Rehoboam, he helped split the kingdom up. Solomon's kingdom was full of gold, right? Listen, they said Rehoboam was negative, he was sinning, and then a king came in there. I think it was the king of Egypt, and they came in, they took out all his gold, and he had a copper kingdom after that. I'm not even lying. They took all the bread that Solomon accumulated out, they took it, and he went down to copper. He had his army. After they took all the gold, they made copper was it copper or
Copper
steel armor. Listen, he made copper or steel armor after they took all the gold and silver out. All the precious metals got. Listen, one generation after all what your daddy accumulated went to nothing. And then he got humbled, and they said he had a very mediocre kingdom after that. It dropped. It dropped significantly. But anyway, we're just trying to paint the background of what's happening. So continue on where you're at, sir. Where it said Abimelech. Oh, no, hold on. It says
For he had the good fortune. Right after except.
Yes.
All right. For he had the good fortune to escape and be preserved.
So what it's saying is, Abimelech had hired his goons. They went up to Ophrah and they took out 70 of Gideon's sons except for one man. His name was Jephthah. Okay? He had the fortune to escape and be preserved. Read on.
But Abimelech made the government tyrannical and constituted himself a lord to do what he pleased instead of obeying the laws.
So once again, instead of following the Most High, he didn't obviously. But his mindset of being the king came from who?
His father.
His father was doing actions of a king. He just didn't claim the kingship. So his son sat back here and wanted the power, and he looked at his dad and said, if my dad is the king, then I can be the king too. So what do I have to do to be the king? I'm going to wipe out 70 of my brothers, and I'm going to take the position for myself. This is all a curse because of what? This had to happen because of what Gideon did. And what did Gideon do? He sat back here and caused Israel to go whoring with that ephod. And because he did that, the Most High cursed his home. Okay, it's a curse to lose all of your sons. 70 sons are dead. And that this dirtbag is taking on the kingship. So, are you finished with that verse, that paragraph? No, keep going.
And he acted most rigidly against those that were the patrons of justice.
So not only did he kill his brothers, he went opposite of anybody that made it about serving the Most High. He made it a point to go opposite of the Most High, but in doing that, he was sitting back here and serving the cause of the people in Shechem, because they weren't about serving the Most High. So he was appeasing them and going against his father. And going against his father's, how he constituted his government. Let that go. Now we go back in the scriptures, in Judges. Listen, it shows the level of negativity and chaos that was ensuing around Israel was insane. It was a free-for-all. There was no law, no judgment. Nobody stood up for nothing. Continue.
You want to start from verse 1 or?
No. We're going to go Judges 9 and verse 4.
Sure. And he gave them 70 pieces of silver out of the house of Baal-berith, wherewith Abimelech hired vain and light persons which followed him.
Vain and light persons were killers, thieves, survivors.
Unjust individuals.
Unjust individuals. That was the lightness is the fact that they had no moral compass. They weren't morally tethered to anything. That's what made them light. Read on.
And he went unto his father's house at Ophrah, and slew his brethren, the sons of Jerubbaal, being 70 persons, upon one stone.
That means they gathered them up and killed them individually one by one. Read on.
Notwithstanding yet Jotham, the youngest son of Jerubbaal, was left, for he hid himself. And all the men of Shechem gathered together in all the house of Milo, and went and made Abimelech king, by the plain of the pillar which was in Shechem.
Mm-hmm.
And when they told it to Jotham, he went and stood up in the top of Mount Gerizim, and lifted up his voice, and cried, and said unto them, Hearken unto me, ye men of Shechem.
So they made Abimelech king in Shechem, and Jotham sat back here, got in the top of a mountain that was overlooking Shechem, and yelled this information out to these people, and pretty much gave them a curse. Read on.
That the Most High may hearken unto you. The trees went forth on a time to anoint a king over them. And
now we know the scripture talks about that men are referred to as trees. That's in Mark 8:24, I think.
I see men as trees walking.
Yep, ministry's walking. I think it's Mark 8:24.
Yep.
8:24.
Yep.
Read that. Mark 8:24.
Okay.
I got it. Mark chapter 8, verse 24. And he looked up and said, I see men as trees walking.
There you go. So what we're reading about these trees, the trees are really talking about people. And it's talking about people's desire to be led, people's desire to have a king and want a king. Read on in the scriptures.
Back in Judges.
Yes, sir. Judges 9 and 8.
Judges 9 and verse 8. The trees went forth on a time to anoint a king over them. And they said unto the olive tree, Reign thou over us. But the olive tree said unto them, Should I leave my fatness, wherewith by me they honor the Most High in man, go to be promoted over the trees?
So it's like this tree was like, I was created to be this olive tree to produce this type of effort and work. There's no reason for me to sit back here and leave what I was called to do to reign over all the other trees of the world. Read on.
And the tree said to the fig tree, Come thou and reign over us. But the fig tree said unto them, Should I forsake my sweetness and my good fruit, and go to be promoted over the trees?
The point was this. Even the fig tree understood the fig tree was created to serve a purpose. Each and every one of us were created to serve the Most High, not to be lords over men. Whether it was the olive tree, the fig tree, we were all created to serve a purpose, to serve other people.
And have their independent virtue.
Have their independent virtue to be at the service of others,
Right.
not to be lords over others. That's the point. Read on.
Then said the trees unto the vine, Come thou and reign over us. And the vine said unto them, Should I leave my vine, which cheereth the Most High in man, and go to be promoted over the trees?
Vine does cheer men.
Then
The point
said,
is this, that the vine had a purpose, and the purpose was not to be over everybody else. The purpose of the vine was to serve mankind, no different than man. We were created to serve each other, not to be over each other. That was the understanding of this parable. Read on.
Then said all the trees unto the bramble.
Listen, we gotta look up bramble. The bramble is like, it serves really no purpose. It's the lowest level of the trees. It's like it's a sticker thorn bush. It's not even a tree, it's a bush. It's a bush.
Prickly shrub.
It's a prickly shrub that really has no purpose. It's a low level tree, yes sir.
Well, it says it grows blackberries, raspberries, and dewberries.
Okay, it has a purpose. But it doesn't have, it's not the same caliber as olives and all that other stuff. But it got thorns in it.
No, it does. No, I was going to say it's not as good as figs.
It's not as good as figs,
Yeah.
and it's prickly,
Yeah.
and it's a very uncomfortable tree to have around. You don't have as many uses as the other.
I got bramble. Bramble. I'm using a Harper's Bible Dictionary.
It's digging in the crates right now.
Oh, it says the bramble. It
But it
says,
samples
says
that.
may have been a box thorn or some other prickly plant in Palestine, and used for hedges, fuel, and food for camels and goats.
So it really wasn't of use for mankind as much. There might be other brambles and other type of meanings, but this one wasn't this valuable like fruit bush. This was something that was some prickly damn bushweed that was just used for animals to eat at. It was at a lower level.
Some hay or something.
Exactly, it was a lower level bush and plant. So what the bramble say? Read on.
And the bramble said unto the trees, If in truth ye anoint me king over you, then come and put your trust in my shadow. And if not, let fire come out of the bramble and devour the cedars of Lebanon.
The crazy thing is this. What it's telling you is that the lowest level guy wants to be the head. Lower caliber people want to be over people, to boss people around.
But not for the intentions of service.
Not for service.
Like the fruit trees that give and bear fruit. This is just the intention of rulership.
And taking advantage of people. He's showing you the same connotation about leadership. The lower level guy wants to be on top of the other guy. The person who has dignity and has a purpose, there's no need to be over somebody else. But the person with the lowest self-esteem, the lowest self-interest, lowest self-image, they want to be on top of people and boss hog people and flex on people. So he says this lower level dude, and he's comparing this low level bramble with the low level who? Abimelech. And he's like, this low level guy is going to sit back here and force you to trust in his shadow, his negative.
Yeah.
to trust in his negative ways and policies. And what it's saying is, if you don't sit back here and follow his negative policies, then he's going to sit back here and shoot out fire on the people that stop wanting to serve Abimelech. Read on.
Now therefore, if ye have done truly and sincerely, in that ye have made Abimelech king, and if ye have dealt well with Jerubbaal and his house, and have done unto him according to the deserving of his hands, for my father fought for you, and adventured his life far, and delivered you out of the hand of Midian. And ye are risen up against my father's house this day, and have slain his sons 70 persons, upon one stone, and have made Abimelech, the son of his maidservant, king over the men of Shechem, because he is your brother.
Exactly. Read on.
If ye then have dealt truly and sincerely with Jerubbaal and with his house this day, then rejoice ye in Abimelech, and let him also rejoice in you.
But he knows that they didn't treat Gideon's sons or Jerubbaal's sons right. He said, if you did honest and right by him, then cool. You and Abimelech be cool. But if you didn't deal right by him, read on.
But if not, let fire come out from Abimelech, and devour the men of Shechem, and the house of Milo. And let fire come out from the men of Shechem, and from the house of Milo, and devour Abimelech. And Jotham ran away, and fled, and went to Beer, and dwelt there, for fear of Abimelech his brother.
So listen, it was a prophecy that Jotham said that, listen, Abimelech's going to turn on you. And this is going to be the curse to the people of Shechem for doing Gideon's sons wrong. So listen, Abimelech's going to get his, but Abimelech's going to, before he gets his, he's going to sit back here and with fire destroy the people of Shechem, because they dealt treacherously to the man that saved everybody from treacherous situations. Okay. So let's continue on in verse 22.
When Abimelech had reigned 3 years over Israel, then
he reigned 3 years over Israel and these Canaanites. But the Most High didn't put him up there; he put himself up there. Read on.
Then the Most High sent an evil spirit between Abimelech and the men of Shechem, and the men of Shechem dealt treacherously with Abimelech.
So he says, the Most High sent an evil spirit between Abimelech and the men of Shechem, and Shechem, the men of Shechem, dealt treacherously with Abimelech. What it's showing you is he sent an evil spirit, but it's going to show you that Abimelech revealed that he really wasn't about what? The needs of the people of Shechem. He was about himself. But he just used the Shechemite people to take advantage and get his position and lead over Israel. He used the nations to get himself to be a judge over the people. Okay? And what it's showing you is that the nations realized that they got used and played also. Read on.
That the cruelty done to the 70 sons of Jerubbaal might come, and their blood be laid upon Abimelech their brother, which slew them, and upon the men of Shechem, which aided him in the killing of his brethren. And the men of Shechem set liars.
Liars.
Liars?
Mm-hmm.
Set liars.
Yours Bible might say different, but mine says liars.
And the men of Shechem set liars and wait for him in the top of the mountains. And they robbed all that came along that by Shalakia. And robbed all that came along that by way by them. And it was told Abimelech.
What verse 25 is saying is this. The people of Shechem realized that Abimelech was a fraud. So listen, the Shechemite people were a band of robbers and thieves anyway. So they said, you know what we're going to do? We're going to start robbing all this cat's shipments.
Yep.
They were sitting back here and robbing trade routes and business routes. How do you sit back here and hit the king? You hit his pocket. You have to understand, think about how Abimelech was running his kingdom. It was all about this. A king was supposed to protect the people from robbers and thieves and criminals. So he's sitting back here, these negative men of Shechem, these men that were liars in wait for him in the top of the mountains. They would rob all the trucks and vehicles. It's like the cargo vans. They would sit back and rob all the transportation vehicles that brought goods into the city, waiting to see what this guy's going to do about it. That's how you get a crime boss's attention. You see all the damn movies? How do you get the crime boss to rob him? Take his stash.
Yeah.
You figure out where the stashes are, you take the stash, you rob the stash houses. And that's how you get the crime boss's attention. So this is what they were doing to Abimelech. These same people that were allied to him are now robbing him. Read on.
And Gaal, the son of Abed, came with his brethren.
Gaal was a Canaanite. This dude was a Canaanite, and he was a grimy dude that was one of these robbers that were stealing the caravan items. And he came down and did what?
And went over to Shechem. And the men of Shechem put their confidence in him.
So this guy sat back here and presented himself like he was the what? He was the savior. He would defend the people of Shechem. Obviously, it got so bad that Abimelech wasn't even living in the land of Shechem. So obviously the relationship was getting frosty, because he wasn't even there to even sit back here and check him on these things. So Gaal started gaining some steam. He started hyping up all the men of Shechem. Say, man, I can look after y'all. If y'all make me king, I'll look after y'all. That's what he's going to say. Read on.
And they went out into the fields and gathered their vineyards and trode the grapes.
Matter of fact, hold this. Let's go. Let me see. I want to make sure we can go. Let's read paragraph 3 in Josephus first, before we go any further. Paragraph 3. So once again, we're at Antiquities of the Jews, book 5, chapter 7, paragraph 3.
Paragraph 3. Want it now?
Yes.
A little while after this festival.
Now listen, this festival was when Jotham came and told everybody about how much of a dirtbag Abimelech was. It was during one of their Canaanite festivals. Read on.
A little while after this festival, the Shechemites, who had now repented themselves of having slain the sons of Gideon, drove Abimelech away, both from their city and their tribe.
So listen, it got so bad that they kicked him out of their city. But Abimelech was still the head over him. He was still the king over him. But Abimelech wasn't living in that town. They got him out of there. The tensions were bad. That's what verse 23 says. The Most High sent an evil spirit between Abimelech and the men of Shechem. This was right after Jotham spilled the beans about it. Okay? And the men of Shechem dealt treacherously with Abimelech. They dealt treacherously because they kicked him out of their land. Read on.
Whereupon he contrived how he might distress their city. Now, at the season of vintage, the people were afraid to come out and gather their fruits.
Okay, now hold that.
Okay.
Because the season of vintage, it was the season of the harvesting. And the Baal people had their new year during that time of harvesting, which is around the going into the fall. But hold that and go back in the scriptures, because this story about Gaal gets more detail than the Josephus does in this. So give me verse 26 again.
Verse 26.
So 25, there was robbers sitting back here robbing the people of that land. Okay, read on.
Judges 9 and 26.
Mm-hmm.
And Gaal, the son of Abed, came with his brethren and went over to Shechem. And the men of Shechem put their confidence in him.
So now that Abimelech was not there, they were starting to listen to Gaal, which was a fellow countryman, a pure countryman. Read on.
And they went out into the fields and gathered their vineyards and trode the grapes and made merry and went into the house of their God.
Exactly. Read on.
And did eat and drink and cursed Abimelech.
So they sat back here and went through their normal Baal festival, their Baal feast day or whatever the hell it is, and they're drinking and chilling and they're cursing Abimelech. Read on.
And Gaal, the son of Abed, said, Who is Abimelech and who is Shechem, that we should serve him? Is it not he, the son of Jerubbaal, and Zubal, his officer? Serve the men of Haman, the father of Shechem.
He says, why should we serve this guy? He's a son of Jerubbaal. Once again, what does Jerubbaal mean again?
He will oppose his Baal.
He says, so why are you serving a guy whose daddy's name is the person who opposes Baal?
No damn.
That don't make no sense. He says, what did he say? He says, and Zebul his officers. So there was still a guy in Shechem that was running the affairs of Abimelech. His name was Zebul. He was still there. Abimelech was gone, but they still had a magistrate in the government that was still under the rule of Abimelech that was still there. So why follow Abimelech? Why follow Zebul? He says, serve the men of Hamor, the father of Shechem. What he's saying is, go back to your roots. Go back to the original father of this land, this Canaanite dude. Go back and lock into this Canaanite king, because he was the original father of here. Forget these damn Jews.
I want to read one thing real quick about Baal. Right
Yours might be Haman, mine says Hamor.
It says Baal right here. It says Baal. It says master or lord, the chief member of the Canaanite pantheon. Right?
And this was Baal Berith was the
Yes.
one that was in this land.
It says Astarte in the Old Testament, right? Identified with the storm god Hadad. It says the name Baal occurs in many places such as Bala, Bahaman, Bahazar. Baal was the farm god, responsible for the germination and growth of crops, and increase of flocks and farm families, as revealed in the recovered literature of the influential people. It goes into autumn and all stuff there. The worship of Baal, as existed when Israel began to filter into Canaan, that was conducted by priests in fields and on mountains, high places.
Okay. So what? Let's go back. Read the middle part of verse 28.
Judges 9.
Judges 9 and 38. Judges 9:28, in the middle of it.
Judges 9 and 28. Is it not he, the son of Jerubbaal, and Zubal, his officer, served the men of Hamor, the father of Shechem? But why should we serve him?
Why should they serve? This Canaanite guy was. Why are you going to serve the son of the guy that doesn't believe in Baal?
Right.
Get rid of Abimelech and get rid of that guy Zebul, who is still the officer for Abimelech. Get rid of these guys, and let's go back
What
to
makes sense?
our father Hamor, who actually was the father of this city. Let's go back to the old traditions and get rid of these dudes.
So when you play politics, it goes both ways.
But it also shows you the level of hatred that these other nations have for our people.
God.
But we're still working and living with these guys, knowing that they hate our guts. We should have wiped these guys out from the damn beginning.
You know that's what happens when you're in the middle and you're illegitimate. Because if you're caught in the middle of a situation where you're not accepted by your father's people, and then you're not accepted by your mother's people.
No doubt.
You know what I'm saying?
Those are all facts. These are all facts. So now all the tide is turning, and these damn Canaanites, they're Hivites. These Hivites are pissed, and they want to eradicate this guy all the way. They want to take out the magistrate, the guy that's in charge of the city, who's still under and serves Abimelech. Verse 29.
And would to the Most High this people were under my hand?
So he says, and would to their God, their Baal God, that this people was, if y'all would make me king, I'd take out Abimelech. He's getting them all, they sauced up, they drunk, and he's hyping, it's feast time, they hyping up these Shechemites saying, listen bro, if y'all follow me, I take out Abimelech. And they're rah, 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 yeah, you're right. More ale, more wine. Arr! You know, they're going crazy.
You know they eat pigs.
A whole lot of pig. The pig's turning slow like this.
With the apple.
With the apple in his mouth. More ale, more pig. Kill Abimelech. Let's keep going now.
Then would I remove Abimelech. And he said to Abimelech, increase thine army and come out.
He said, man, raise up. Get your army. Let's go fight now. It was liquor talk,
Yeah.
It was liquor talk, but keep going,
And when Zubal, the ruler of the city, heard the words of Gaal, the son of Ebed, his anger was kindled.
He was pissed. So he's like, these guys are going to try to get a mob and kill me. Now, Abimelech wasn't living there. They already kicked him out. Read on.
And he sent messengers unto Abimelech privily, saying, behold, Gaal, the son of Ebed, and his brethren be come to Shechem, and behold, they fortify the city against thee.
Innocent, it was warning, He's like, listen, they got distracted. What they going? Listen, how did the lyric go? How did it go?
The intricate plot.
Yeah.
It's a gambling plot. You heard it.
That's what it was.
It couldn't be him. Not love with disrespect. Now I wasn't talking about him. I'm talking about the other nigga.
He said it was
We were
evil.
talking minor figures. You know that? He was on a low level. And now you're blowing up like nitro. Now they want to get your windpipe and slit it slow.
Oh my God.
That's
This is the song warning.
That's the spirit behind it. I got a scripture for it too. I have a scripture
What's
for
he
it.
gonna do? Damn. Brother trying to stick me for my paper. Damn.
Canaanites want to stick before his paper. That's even worse, huh? Micah 2,
God.
Micah chapter 2, verse 1 through 3.
Micah chapter 2, verse 1. Woe to them that devise iniquity.
Woe to them that plot and devise. He had to take time. Listen, this guy Abimelech was plotting to kill his brothers out. He didn't just wake up and just kill his brothers out.
Yeah.
He didn't wake up and scare
He was
him.
mad
And he's killing 60.
Nah,
69
bro.
of his brothers
It didn't
out.
happen. Out.
He didn't just wake up and just happen by accident.
That was methodical.
He woke up with violence out. That didn't
He
happen.
meditated on years for that. Out.
He said, woe to them, destruction of them that devise what?
Iniquity.
Read on.
And work evil upon their beds.
And work what?
Evil upon their
So
beds.
before he goes to sleep, he's thinking about and creating a plot and a strategy.
Intricate plots.
Intricate plot. How he's going to get what he wants. Read.
When the morning is light, they practice it.
And when the morning is light, they go through in their head. They think about it in the morning, think about it at night. They're plotting, they're scheming. They come with the perfect plan to take what they want. Read.
Because it is in the power of their hand.
Because it's the power of their what?
Their hand.
Because they have an opportunity.
Yep.
It's you could do it. You could have. This might be a good time.
They waited till Gideon died. Then he sat back here and put the thought in action.
It's a good time. Read.
And they covet fields.
They do what?
They covet fields.
Where does the spirit come from?
Covetousness.
Covetousness. The spirit of coveting creates these wars between men. Read.
Because he took all the land. He took all the land of his fathers. By
wanted
killing
land.
out all those brothers, he took all the land.
He wanted an inheritance out.
Yep.
They covet fields. Read on.
And they covet fields and take them by violence.
How do they take them?
By violence.
By violence. They can't just do it by conversation or just a
Diplomatic
deal,
way, brotherly way.
or a deal.
Or righteously.
Or righteously.
Or by inheritance.
Yep.
It's not gonna be legitimate. Read.
And houses and take them away.
And houses and do what?
Take them away.
Read on.
So they oppress a man in his house, even a man in his heritage.
The brothers got this rightfully. This was given to them by their father.
Yep.
They had a rightful inheritance. Read.
Therefore, thus saith the Most High, Behold, against this family do I devise an evil.
Because I'm planning and I got these negative schemes, Most High said, I'm going to check them. I'm going to devise evil against you. Since you're devising evil against other people,
Yep.
I'm going to devise evil against you.
Yeah.
The Most High is fair. Read.
From which ye shall not remove your necks, neither shall you go haughtily, for this time is evil.
This is an evil time when people are plotting and scheming. I'm just showing this. It's in the scripture. That concept, that idea of people plotting and the Most High having to check it. That's the Most High's mode of operation.
Huh?
People think they're exempt from the Most High checking them when they're planning evil.
Yep. Perfect, man.
And Gaal, his name means loathing or extreme disgust.
He was a dirty dude. He was a dirty dude. But he built his kingdom on doing dirt and being around grimy dudes. So if you build your kingdom on doing dirt and functioning on the low levels, you're gonna get that same dirt coming back to you. You can't have it both ways. God was some big, huge Hivite that was negative as hell. Brian wanted to win. He wanted cities for him.
He was some.
He was all in.
He wanted in.
He wanted in like Alabama. Let's keep going. Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah, that's good stuff.
Verse 32. Now therefore up by night, thou and the people that is with thee, and lie in wait in the fields.
Mm-hmm. So what it's saying is this. Okay, let's get back to the point. Okay, so now Zebul sent messengers to Abimelech and says, Gaal is trying to get you, bro. So fortify this. He says, and his brethren become the shekel, and behold, they fortify the city against you. He says, while everybody's sleeping, send some men down and lie in wait in the field and get ready to take these cats over and wipe them out. Read on.
And it shall be that in the morning, as soon as the sun is up, thou shalt rise early, and set upon the city, and behold, when he and the people that is with him come out against thee, then mayest thou do to them as thou shalt find occasion.
He says, catch these cats slipping, they want you dead. So you got to catch them when they're not ready. What's that?
They're gonna be hungover. Like
Are they going to be faded, moving slow, head on blast? Get them then. Read on.
And Abimelech rose up, and all the people that were with him, by night, and they laid wait against Shechem in 4 companies.
4 companies. They broke up the companies in 4 groups. Read on.
And Gaal the son of Ebed went out, and stood in the entering of the gate of the city. And Abimelech rose up, and the people that were with him, for lying in wait.
They were lying in wait. Read on.
And when Gaal saw the people, he said to Zebul, Behold, there come people down from the top of the mountains. And Zebul said unto him, Thou seest the shadow of the mountains, as if they were men.
So Zebul was setting them up. He said, man, don't you see somebody coming down here? He said, no, that's just a shadow, man. That ain't nothing. That ain't nothing. Chill out, relax, man. Ain't nothing, man. That's just a shadow. You sure, man? Look like there's some people coming down here, man.
Paranoid, man. You just paranoid.
Well, no, he saw it.
I know.
God saw it. Yeah, the guy said he's paranoid, man. Don't worry about it, man. That's just a hangover, bro. He's like, no, it look like somebody's coming down that mountain, I don't know. But keep going.
And Gaal spake again and said, See, there come people down by the middle of the land. And another company came along by the plain of Menamin.
Mm-hmm.
Then said Zebul unto him, Where is now thy mouth?
Damn.
Wherewith thou saidest, Who is Abimelech? That would we should serve
He
him.
said, now you want to talk all that you know what, right? You want to talk all that something, huh?
Yeah.
Now they all around you, huh?
Yeah.
There ain't nothing you can do about it now, huh? You was chirping all night last night, huh? You want to me out, you want to Abimelech out. Now what you gonna do? You listen, put up or shut up. Read on.
Is not this the people that thou despised?
Yeah.
Go out, I pray now, and fight with them. And Gaal went out before the men of Shechem and fought with Abimelech.
He said, you want to dare, right? Then it's your time. You want to be the king, right?
Go do it.
Then go do it, chump. Man up. Read on.
And Abimelech chased him, and he fled before him, and many were overthrown and wounded, even unto the entering of the gate.
So Abimelech chased these cats, took out Gaal, and wiped them out. Read on.
And Abimelech dwelt at Arumah.
Listen, Abimelech was living at Arumah because they kicked him out of Shechem. Read on.
And Zebul thrust out Gaal and his brethren, that they should not dwell in Shechem.
So listen, Zebul got him out. They was out on their own, and they wiped out the threat. Read on.
And it came to pass in the morrow that the people went out into the fields, and they told Abimelech. And he took the people and divided them into 3 companies, and laid wait in the fields, and looked, and behold, the people were come forth out of the city. And he rose up against them and smote them.
Hold this and go now to paragraph 3 in the Josephus.
Hey, look.
From the top in paragraph 3.
Want me to start? Or?
Yeah, from the top of paragraph 3.
A little while after this festival, the Shechemites, who were now repented themselves of having slain the sons of Gideon, drove Abimelech away, both from their city and their tribe, whereupon he contrived how he might distress their city. Now at the season of vintage, the people were afraid to go out and gather their fruits, for fear Abimelech should do them some mischief. Now it happened that there come to them a man of authority, one Gaal, that sojourned with them, having his armed men and his kinsmen with him. So the Shechemites desired that he would allow them a guard during their vintage, whereupon he accepted of their desires. And so the people went out, and Gaal with them at the head of his soldiery. So they gathered their fruit with safety, and when they were at a supper in several companies, they then ventured to curse Abimelech openly.
So what's happening is the people, the townspeople, were afraid to go out on the fields and get and exit the city because there was obviously beef between the Shechemites and Abimelech already before Gaal came down there. So Gaal sat back here and said, listen, y'all can sit back here and go out in this field, get your vineyard squared away so you can get prepared for the festival. So he had shown himself to be an authority before they started partying. He kind of gave them the cleanse of, me and our men will look after you while you sit back here and prepare what you need to for this feast. So they did it. They went inside. When they closed the doors and the gates, Then they start talking about Abimelech, how he was a dirtbag, like the scripture said. Read on.
And the magistrates laid ambushes in places about the city, and caught many of Abimelech's followers and destroyed them. Now that there was one Zebul, a magistrate of the Shechemites, that had entertained Abimelech.
He was Zebul, was Abimelech's guy. Read on.
He sent messengers and informed him how much Gaal had irritated the people against him, and excited him to lay ambushes before the city, for that he would persuade Gaal to go out against him, which would leave it in his power to be revenged on him. And when that was once done, he would bring him to be reconciled to the city. So Abimelech laid ambushes, and himself lay with them. Now Gaal abode in the suburbs, taking little care of himself, and Zebul was with him. Now as Gaal saw the armed men coming out, he said to Zebul that some armed men were coming out. But the other replied, they were only shadows of huge stones.
Exactly.
And when they were come nearer, Gaal perceived that Salakia. And when they were come nearer, Gaal perceived what was the reality, and said, they were not shadows, but men lying in ambush. Then said Zebul, didst not thou reproach Abimelech for cowardice?
Yep.
Why dost thou not then show how courageous thou art thyself, and go and fight him? So Gaal, being in disorder, joined battle with Abimelech, and some of his men fell, whereupon he fled into the city. He and took his men with him. But Zebul managed his matters so in the city, that he procured them to expel Gaal out of the city, and this by accusing him of cowardice in his action with the soldiers of Abimelech.
Wow.
But Abimelech, when he had learned that the Shechemites were again coming out to gather their grapes, placed ambushes before the city.
Stop. So what ended up happening is Zebul got him out. He started ambushing and killing a lot of his people. Gaal went back into the city, but Zebul set it up to kick him out and thrust him out of the city another way. And they ran him out, and they got rid of that threat. But the problem is, the people that were still remaining in the city of Shechem, you don't know where their allegiances are. Everybody was talking smack about Abimelech in the city. So Abimelech is like, okay, I might have to take all these cats out now. I don't trust any of them. Because how many of y'all secretly still want Gaal back? Or how many of y'all secretly want to remove me and take me out of power? So let me sit back and find a way to break these dudes. Now we go back in the scriptures.
Judges 9 and 44.
Yeah.
And Abimelech and the company that was with them rushed forward and stood in the entering of the gate of the city.
Matter of fact,
43. And he took the people and divided them into 3 companies and laid wait in the field.
No, it's 42. Salaki, this is the last one.
And it came to pass on the morrow that the people went out into the fields, and they told Abimelech. And he took the people and divided them into 3 companies and laid wait in the fields, and looked, and behold, the people were come forth out of the city. And he rose up against them and smote them.
So Abimelech sat back here and killed the remaining people, or killed a lot of people that had come out of the city of Shechem. Read on.
And Abimelech and the company that was with him rushed forward and stood in the entering of the gate of the city. And the 2 other companies ran upon all the people that were in the fields and slew them. And Abimelech fought against the city all that day. And he took the city and slew the people that were therein, and beat down the city and sowed it with salt.
So first of all, they took out Gaal and his men early. Okay? They took them out first. And then they ran, Gaal ran into the city. They found a way to get him out too, Zebul did. The next day, the other people that lived in the city came out to do their farming. And that was when Abimelech came and took them out and wiped a lot of the people outside of the city.
That's crazy.
Then he ransacked the city and started taking everybody out and revenged them because they kicked him out earlier. Don't forget, this was part of the prophecy.
Okay.
Now, if y'all sit back here and ride with this guy Abimelech, he's going to screw y'all over.
What can you expect from a man who killed his own brothers?
That's my point. If you're gonna kill his own brothers, you think he's gonna kill y'all?
Yeah.
But check out how he does it. Read on.
And when all the men of the tower of Shechem heard that, they entered into a hold of the house of the god of Berith.
So all of them went. Everybody that was remaining in the city, that didn't get killed out in the field outside of the city, they went into the church. The church of Baal Berith. And they hid all the rest of people that they could into this church. Read on.
And it was told Abimelech that all the men of the tower of Shechem were gathered together. And Abimelech gat him up to the Mount Zalmon, he and all the people that were with him. And Abimelech took an axe in his hand and cut down a bough from the trees.
A bough from the tree, like a large branch. So everybody, he cut down a bough from the tree, a large branch from a tree. Read on.
And took it and laid it on his shoulder.
First of all, I don't know if y'all know, when y'all cutting trees, those branches are heavy as hell.
Yeah.
They are not some light damn trees, bro. When you cutting a straight, a large tree, a large branch,
and then one that
ain't no twigs.
And then you had to use an axe to cut it. You know, it wasn't like you just break it off.
No,
you
bro.
had to chop it with an axe. So obviously, it wasn't no little tree.
You know the sound that when you cut a branch out, it's like do. I don't know if y'all heard that. And you put that on your shoulder. Shit. These dudes were strong, man. So he took a bow from the tree. Read on.
And took it and laid it on his shoulder.
He threw it on his shoulders while walking out.
And said unto the
I'm sorry. That's me.
And said unto the people that were with him, what ye have seen me do, make haste and do as I have done.
So he got all his warriors to cut down big ass branches, put it on their shoulder, and follow him out. Everybody was posted up in this church, in this Baal church. Read on.
And all the people likewise cut down every man his bough, and followed Abimelech, and put them to the holds, and set the hold on fire upon them, so that all the men of the tower of Shechem died also.
So they sat back here, sealed off the damn entryway, the exits, and then put the boughs on there, and lit each bough on fire. So all the trees were burning the building, and once the trees caught fire, the trees are going to make the damn building on fire.
It's a bonfire.
It was a bonfire, and there was no way out. They put all the trees all around the building. They were stuck in. They burned to death. But isn't that what Jotham said? That the fire from that bramble was going to consume them and burn them?
Yep.
This was the fulfilling of the prophecy that Jotham said earlier. Read on.
So that all the men of the tower of Shechem died also, about 1,000 men and women.
It's a lot.
Wow. Men and women.
Then went Abimelech to Thebes, and encamped against Thebes and took it. But there was a strong tower within the city.
Hold tight. Let's go back into Josephus. We're going to hold it at verse 50 and read 50 again. Continue in Josephus, where you at, sir? If you remember, I don't know. But I think, but Abimelech, when he had learned that the Shechemites were again coming out, yeah, that's it is. I don't know where that is, how you have it, how that other Josephus has it. It says, but Abimelech, when he had learned that the Shechemites were again coming out to gather their grapes.
But Abimelech, when he had learned that the Shechemites were again coming out to gather their grapes, placed ambushes before the city. And when they were coming out, the third part of his army took possession of the gates, to hinder the citizens from returning in again, while the rest pursued those that were scattered abroad, and so that there was slaughter everywhere.
So remember, there was 4 parts. One group just guarded the entryway into the building. So they were ambushed and they were stuck out in the fields and they got killed. Read on.
And when he had,
I was gonna say, what paragraph or where we are?
We are in Antiquities of the Jews, book 5, chapter 7, paragraph 4.
And point 247. And point 247.
My Josephus doesn't have those numbers on there, unfortunately.
Okay.
Yeah, 247.
So keep going.
And when he had overthrown the city to the very foundations, for it was not able to bear a siege, and had sown its ruins with salt. He proceeded on with his army.
I don't know why they would put salt in the ruins.
It destroys the ground. You can't grow anything.
You can't grow anything.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Wow.
It's an old saying. It goes, salt the fields of carthage. That's the saying. You conquer the land, you salt the fields, and nothing will ever grow again.
Wow. Then that's what it is.
That's a Roman saying.
It's a Roman saying.
Yeah.
That's it. Then that's the answer. They sowed it with salt to kill it from sitting back here ever growing again.
You know Carthage is
You know.
No, it's still another guy.
Huh?
Another guy.
No story.
Well, that's gonna be that That class is gonna come after. We're gonna go into that phase.
Down the line.
Israelite presence in Africa. That's coming in 2 weeks, man. Stay tuned. Dun, dun, dun. But yeah, but the point is, so the sowing of the salt kills the fertility of the ground.
Yeah.
Wow, bro. Good to know. Continue.
And when he had overthrown the city to the very foundations, for it was not able to bear a siege, and had sown its ruins with salt, he proceeded on with his army till all the Shechemites were slain. As for those that were scattered about the country, and so escaped the danger, they were gathered together unto a certain strong rock, and settled themselves upon it, and prepared to build a wall about it. And when Abimelech knew their intentions, he prevented them, and came upon them with his forces, and laid faggots of dry wood round the place.
All that means is the branches out.
Yeah, a faggot is a bundle of sticks.
Yeah. Now listen, the scripture says a bow on the trees, a bow from the trees, and the bow is a branch. Branches, trees, the same thing, man.
Yeah.
Sticks, the same thing. And they put it all around the building, and they burnt the trees, and the trees burnt the building. Read on.
He himself bringing some of them, and by his example encouraging the soldiers to do the same. And when the rock was encompassed round about with these faggots, they set them on fire, and threw in whatsoever by nature caught fire the most easily. So a mighty flame was raised, and nobody could fly away from the rock. But every man perished, with their wives and children, all about 1,500 men, and the rest were a great number also. And such was the calamity which fell upon the Shechemites, and men's grief on their account had been greater than it was. Had they not brought so much mischief on a person who had so well deserved of them, and had they not themselves esteemed this as a punishment for the same.
So listen, the Shechemites had to be punished for how they treated Gideon and his sons. But Gideon and his sons got stung because of how their father dealt and how he sat back here and caused the people to go astray when he had the ephah and he was rolling like a king. So all these scenarios happen as punishments for the other. Gideon didn't do things right towards the end. His sons had to suffer. But that doesn't change the fact that the people that instituted the suffering of his sons had to get punished as well. Okay? So the Shechemites had to go and they went down violently. Okay? Continue in paragraph 5.
Now Abimelech, when he had affrighted the Israelites with the miseries he had brought upon the Shechemites, seemed openly to affect greater authority than he now had.
So what happened is, what this paragraph is saying is, now he used the Jews to take out the Hivites and the Canaanites. Whereas before, what did he do? He used the Canaanites to take out his brothers. Now he's flip-flopping and switching. Now he's using his people to take out the Shechemites. That was the warriors he brought with him. Okay, so he's picking sides based upon what benefits him the most. Read on.
And appeared to set no bounds to his violence, unless it were with the destruction of all. Accordingly he marched to Thebes, and took the city on the sudden, and there being a great tower therein, whereunto the whole multitude fled.
Hold that, now we go back in the scriptures. Paragraph 50, Judges 9 and verse 50.
Then went Abimelech to Thebes, and encamped against Thebes, and took it.
So now we know that Abimelech had his people, the Israelites, following him, taking out these tribes now. Because he was pissed because these Shechemites kicked him out in the first place. Read on.
But there was a strong tower within the city, and thither fled all the men and women, and all they of the city, and shut it to them, and gat them up to the top of the tower. And Abimelech came unto the tower, and fought against it, and went hard unto the door of the tower to burn it with fire.
So he tried to do the same thing at this tower that he did in that temple of Baal in the land of Shechem. So now he just on a murderous rampage, trying to just wipe people out. Read on.
And a certain woman cast a piece of millstone upon Abimelech's head.
Now listen, a piece of millstone is not like some baby rock, man. Millstone's like 20-something pounds, man.
Yeah,
Or 20 plus.
Well, millstone, depending, it can be as large as they say a millstone could weigh a couple of kilograms.
Yeah.
Because it's heavy. Usually it has a stick on both sides, and it takes two people to push it and to make it go around in circles. So it has a pillar, a beam across it, and two people got to push it, or you can put an
And there's
animal
something
on
on top of it also. There's something that they put on top of it.
Right.
There's a huge base that's sticking. I think there's another there's stone.
Yeah, it's a big cylinder stone, and then you got a stick over the top that two people push, and then it grinds whatever you put under it.
So it spins around like
It
a
spins
clock.
around like
Yes,
a clock.
it's
Yeah.
circular.
Okay.
But there's a big circular piece. Then I saw a couple millstones. Then there's a small piece on top. And they probably took that big, it was sort of big, heavy, small piece, and she threw it down from the tower position
Oh,
to defense themselves against this guy.
wow.
They were doing dirt. They wanted to sit back and set this tower on fire. And one woman picked up a piece of a millstone. It could have been broken. Whatever it is, it was heavy enough to injure this guy. Read on.
Like jumping some
Verse
45-pound
53.
plate on somebody's head.
Huh?
Like jumping a 45-pound plate.
Yeah. Or a little lighter, 20. Listen, if you drop a 20 damn pound dumbbell, you in trouble. So read 53.
And a certain woman cast a piece of a millstone upon Abimelech's head, and all to break his skull. Then he called hastily unto the young man
This dude head was buzzing out.
And she could have missed, man. She could have missed.
This dude's head was on fire. Listen, this dude was shook. He wasn't dead, but he was shook. You know, and that was a dishonorable way to go. Most High took him out like a chump. Verse 54. That's what he says.
Then he called hastily unto the young man,
Hurry
his
up!
armor bearer,
Young man, get over here. Get over here. Read on.
and said unto him, Draw your sword, and slay me, that men say not of me, a woman slew him.
Too late. Too late. It's recorded. Read on.
And his young man thrust him through, and he died.
God.
And when the men of Israel saw that Abimelech was dead, they departed every man unto his place.
Cause it was like this dude was garbage anyway, bro. Let's get out of here, man. Let's go back home, man. This dude was whack. This guy was whack. He's a fake MC act. We had to get out of here. We had to follow him. Who's gonna die? Cause he was rolling like a king. We're getting out of here, So they got out. They scrammed, They got out of there, and went back home, They said, you know that Abimelech got killed by a dame, All that shit he was talking.
He was on a horse.
Now, we saw you, nigga. See my friends, We saw you get killed by a lady. Get out of here, B. Whack. Listen, fake records, Fake MCs, So, he died. Everybody left after that. Read on.
Thus the Most High rendered the wickedness of Abimelech, which he did unto his father, and slain his 70 brethren.
So the Most High tied everything back with a bow. Gideon's son still had to get punished for what Gideon did. Abimelech and the Shechemites had to get punished for what they did to Gideon's sons. Now that era was tied up. Now I understand why this is even put in there, because it had to be brought into effect. So we understood the effect that Gideon's actions had on his sons. Okay, that makes sense? Read on.
And all the evil of the men of Shechem did Most High render upon their heads, and upon them that came the curse of Jotham, the son of Jerubbaal.
Okay, now let's finish up this paragraph 5 in the Josephus.
All right. Do you want me to start from the top or?
Well, it's not that bad of a chapter. Go ahead.
All right, from the top.
Yeah.
Now Abimelech, when he had frightened the Israelites with the miseries he had brought upon the Shechemites, seemed openly to affect greater authority than he now had, and appeared to set no bounds to his violence, unless it were with the destruction of all. Accordingly he marched to Thebes and took the city on the sudden, and there being a great tower therein, whereunto the whole multitude fled, he made preparation to besiege it. Now as he was rushing with violence near the gates, a woman threw a piece of millstone upon his head.
Wow, rushing with violence, just fighting.
He was going to burn him up like he burned the other group. Read on.
Upon which Abimelech fell down, and desired his armor bearer to kill him, lest his death should be thought to be the work of a woman, who did what he was bid to do. So he underwent this death as a punishment for the wickedness he had perpetrated against his brethren, and his insolent barbarity to the Shechemites.
That's a great word. Insolent barbarity. Read on. Or
Barbarity.
Barbarity. That's
Barbarity.
it. Exactly. Even better. Barbarity. That sounds phenomenal. Barbarity.
That's what it is.
Let's keep going now.
Now, the calamity that happened to those Shechemites was according to the prediction of Jotham. However, the army that was with Abimelech upon his fall was scattered abroad and went to their own homes.
Okay, so we're down to paragraph 5. Now we jump to Judges chapter 10.
Judges chapter 10 and verse 1. And after Abimelech, there arose to defend Israel Tola, the son of Pua, the son of Dodo, a man of Issachar.
This is Issachar.
And Issachar, there was an Issacharite judge. Okay, read on.
And he dwelt in Shamir in Mount Ephraim.
What it shows you, what this paragraph shows you, was that Issachar really wasn't even staying in their land, man. Issachar was really over, like, the way the land grantings was established. You had Manasseh on top. It was Asher along the coast, but they got wiped out and pushed away quickly because Asher's land was coincided with the people of Tyre and Zidon, and they wiped them out. People of Tyre and Zidon pushed Asher out quick. Then you had Naphtali, if I'm not mistaken. No, it was Zebulun was next. Then it was Naphtali or Issachar and Naphtali. So a lot of the Canaanites pushed Issachar out, and a lot of the 9 that had tribes weren't allowed to stay in their areas. So how in the hell is the judge that was an Issachar living in the land of Ephraim? That don't even make no sense. But it happened a lot. A lot of the tribes were getting pushed out of their lands and having to live in other parts of the cities where stronger tribes were living at. So this Tola was an Issacharite that lived in the land of Ephraim. Read on.
And he judged Israel 23 years and died and was buried in Shamir.
Mm-hmm.
And after him arose Jair, a Gileadite,
meaning he was on the other side of the Jordan, the east side of Jordan, and he was either Reuben or Gad, because that's what the land of Gilead consisted. The land of Gilead consisted of. You either Gad or Reuben. Read on.
And after him arose Jair, a Gileadite, and judged Israel 22 years.
Okay.
And he had 30 sons that rode on 30 ass colts.
You remember what those horses had?
Yep.
He had 30 sons, 30 colts. We just talked about in Deuteronomy about how the king shouldn't be multiplying horses to himself. Read on.
And they had 30 cities, which are called Havoth Jair, unto this day, which are in the land of Gilead.
Yep.
And Jair died and was buried in Kamon.
So these are referred to as the minor judges. Whether it's talking about Tola, whether it's Jair, they're the minor judges. They didn't do too much. They judged the people, but there wasn't anything spectacular in their works. But they did enough to be mentioned. Read on.
And the children of Israel did evil again in the sight of the Most High.
As always, whenever there's not a judge or a figurehead or somebody to take off the attention on them, read on.
And served Baalim and Ashtaroth and the gods of Syria and the gods of Zidon and the gods of Moab and the gods of the children of Ammon and the gods of the Philistines, and forsook the Most High and served not him.
They served all the gods that were in close vicinity to them.
And what land was this? The same land?
No. He's just saying, he's giving an overall depiction of what's happening to the people. So like, if I'm Dan was living near who? The Philistines. So Dan was going to sit back here and follow the Philistine gods. Judah was living next to the Philistines. Simeon was inside of Judah, which was still on the western coast, which was near the Philistines.
So now
you had the eastern coast, the Gileadites, and the other half of Manasseh was on the east side of Jordan. They were next to who? Ammon. So they was going to follow the Ammonite gods.
Who was in the south? Because that's what Moab was in the south.
Moab was in the south. They were the ones that were directly under Reuben.
Okay.
So they were sitting back here messing with Kamash.
Yeah.
And there obviously was some mixing around. They just didn't talk about Reuben a lot, but Reuben was obviously messing around with Moab, which kind of brings you into Ruth. But you got Moab on the south that Reuben and Gad was messing with, and Reuben and Gad was messing with Ammon on the east. Then you had Zidon, which was on the top left coast, where Asher was, and they were following the Zidonian gods.
The ancient Phoenicians.
Phoenician gods and Zidonian gods. whether it was Asher, whether it was Issachar, whether it was Zebulun, all of them were over in that area following those gods.
The Mediterranean.
Exactly. But wherever you went, they were sitting back here following these other philosophies. Well, the Syria was probably up north too. The Syrian gods. It didn't matter. And don't forget, all of these judges weren't judging the entire nation.
They were judging their
vicinity. So when you had the judge Jair, he was only dealing with Gad and Reuben. Judah had their own jurisdiction, doing their own thing, and they didn't have a judge. They just had their elders that led over their area. It was selfish and individualistic. That was the era of the judges. Every man for themselves, every city for themselves, every tribe for themselves.
Which means there's a lot of division.
It was nothing but division. And you were susceptible to the strongest influence in your vicinity. And he kept saying that this judges period went for 300 to 400 years, and it was a bunch of individualistic people that just did what the hell they wanted to do. And that was the era. Read on.
And the anger of the Most High was hot against Israel, and he sold them into the hands of the Philistines and into the hands of the children of Ammon.
Constantly. So the Philistines had their run of taking over us. The Ammonites had their run of taking over us. Read on.
And that year they vexed and oppressed the children of Israel.
So what they probably did, the Philistines and Ammonites probably joined together to sit back here and wipe out some of these areas.
The enemy, no, the friend of my enemy is my friend.
Yeah, because you got the enemies. Philistines were on the far left coast, and the Ammonites were on the far east coast. And their enemies were right in the middle. So why not come together and take these guys out? Read on.
In that year they vexed and oppressed the children of Israel. 18 years. All the children of Israel that were on the other side of Jordan in the land of the Amorites, which is in Gilead.
What's crazy is this. This is what's crazy. The Philistines walked right past Judah, right past Ephraim, right past Benjamin, right past Simeon, right past Manasseh, crossed over to the east side, and whipped over the Gideonites, the Gileadites, the Gileadites, Gad and Reuben. So listen, Philistines came over, and they let them cross right over. How do you get over here, and all those tribes don't do anything about it?
Because if you got a problem with me, I guess it's all right then. Let them go.
If you ain't going to war with me, I don't
waste
care.
Energy. I don't want to waste stress out. It's not my problem.
But you see, the funny thing is this. Gilead did the same thing to who? To Gideon. Last week, what did Gilead say to who? Gilead told Gideon, I don't want your problems, bro. You go walk off hungry, bro. I'm not helping y'all. So now what? The tables have turned.
Yeah.
And now everybody's turned their back on Gilead's problems, huh?
What happened, huh?
That's what happens. The Spirit, listen, all these stories are coming together, huh?
They make sense.
Gilead said that and they're sequentially they make sense. Because Gilead just turned their back on them and said, screw y'all. I'm not worried about you Gideon and your Manassite problems. Why are you bringing your problems to me?
Exactly.
Now, all these other tribes in the west neglected to aid Gideon when they needed him most. Esau calls it karma. Mosiah says that's how he stings the people for their negligence.
That what your man sow, that shall you reap.
You reap what you sow.
So negligence begets negligence.
Exactly. Let's continue.
Moreover, the children of Ammon passed over Jordan to fight against Judah.
It's crazy, bro. Yep.
And against Benjamin. And against the
house.
Wait
a minute. I'm messing up on this.
Okay.
Go back to verse 7.
7. And the anger of the Most High was hot against Israel, and he sold them into the hands of the Philistines, and into the hands of the children of Ammon.
Okay.
And that year they vexed and oppressed the children of Israel. 18 years, all the children of Israel that were on the other side of Jordan in the land of the Amorites, which is in Gilead.
So no, that was true. 18 years the Philistines did cross over and take out the Gileadites along with the help of Ammon. Don't forget, Ammon was on the east of Gilead, right? If you think about the map, you had Gad and Reuben here, Ammon was right here, Moab was right here. You had the Jordan River. Philistines were all on the west coast. They crossed over, took out the Gileadites. With those two, the Philistines and Ammonites took out the Gileadites for 18 years, right? Now we go to verse 9.
Moreover, the children of Ammon passed over Jordan to fight against Judah.
Now it makes sense. So what the Philistines said is, we'll go help you take over your problems on the east. But Ammon, you got to cross the river and help us out on the west. That's what it was. They did they jointly worked together to help each other out to eradicate the problem that was the damn Jews. So now it was Ammon's time to cross over Jordan and wipe out Judah and Ephraim and all these cats. Read on.
And against Benjamin, and against the house of Ephraim, so that Israel was sore distressed.
Wow. So all the listen, not Benjamin, but Philistines and Ammon, they took over the east first because the east was the weakest. Then they came over the west and they took over Judah, Benjamin, and Ephraim. Read on.
And the children of Israel cried unto the Most High, saying,
now you're gonna cry. Now you're gonna cry. It's not fair. I don't know why the Most High is stinging us right now. I have no idea. Don't forget when we read in Gideon last week. Remember when the angel came to Gideon and he said, "Listen, man, Most High's gonna bless y'all." And Gideon, I don't know how is this blessings, man. Look at what we're going through. I don't understand why we're going through this. And then like three verses later, he's walking right past the damn altar of Baal. Like you don't realize that you have an altar in your city, and that's a problem. That's a real big problem.
Because people are quick to take themselves off the hook. That's what it shows. Because of my negative, I don't see my negative. I just see my condition.
Yep.
I don't see that I'm the cause of my condition.
Yep.
We deal with that in council
all the time.
Because when you deal with council and we're trying to express how did this position happen? How did you get this position? And no one ever knows that. No one knows on an individual level.
I don't understand why the Most High is not blessing.
Nobody knows all these broken situations. How this happened? You gotta go backtrack and go into patterns and talk about history. The brother,
then
the brother be like, then you argue for a little while.
Well, it's arguments first,
and then
a long while.
You are right. So we turn a blind eye to our own neighbor. So our nation is the same thing.
No doubt. So the people are like, I don't know why. We're going to cry to the Lord because I don't know why the Most High is putting us through all these problems. When in verse 6, did y'all forget y'all was following these gods? Did y'all forget you was following Balaam?
They had temples.
They had temples. The crazy thing is this. We're going to read later on in chapter 11. They knew the history. They knew their Israelite history.
Yeah.
They knew about Moses and Joshua and the power of the Most High. They knew about these things, but they also know about Baal.
Yeah.
They also know about the Moabite guys.
Because we dabble.
We're at that left-hand side.
Exactly.
Brother.
Curiosity.
Yeah, that other knowledge.
Exactly. And that's the problem. The problem was we dabbled. When it's saying that we sat back here and did evil, we knew good and we still did evil.
God.
And the crazy thing is, when you read, I read in some other reading that during the time of the Canaanite that festival that they were having in Shechem, that was around the same time as the Feast of Tabernacles.
Oh, that's tripping.
But what's the point? They were intermingling all these feasts together. It makes perfect sense.
What a good time.
It makes the perfect sense how Esau even sits back here and they mix in what? Christmas was what? Hanukkah.
Yeah.
Listen, all this Astarte stuff with Easter.
Passover.
This is with Passover. This is what all of these religions were always doing. They were mixing in pagan feast days with spiritual high holy days. It's been going on.
Yeah.
I did some reading about Israel and Africa, and Israelites were sitting back here. Their Feast of Tabernacles was what it said. I didn't understand why they said this, but they said the Jews were sitting back here, and their New Year was situated around the same time as the Feast of Tabernacles. But now I know why. Because their New Year was affiliated and lined up with the Canaanite gods, the Babylonian gods. They were sitting back here and lining up their New Year with the Babylonian gods. And oh, by the way, the Feast of Tabernacle was this time also. When you sit back and look at the Jews, it was this hodgepodge mishmatching of all these different beliefs and these religious festivals that were intertwined with each other.
What shows, it really shows that whatever conveniences and whatever benefits me, that's the God I'm going to worship. I'm worshiping for the benefit of convenience.
Yes.
I'm not worshiping for to be dedicated to love and to have a complete I'm giving myself to this power.
Yeah.
Either be hot or be cold. This shows Israel being lukewarm.
They were lukewarm and they wanted to sit back and make everybody happy.
God.
How can I sit back here and make everybody
Because it's a
happy?
mixed city.
Exactly. All the cities were mixed.
Yeah.
And that was the point. A lot of them were mixed, so let's intermingle everybody. Let's make everybody feel comfortable. Since we gotta all live together, which ain't the answer. You should have been killing them. But since we're all gonna be together, let's work together.
Right.
Let's not. Why we gotta fight?
That's why
There will be no more arguing.
And Moses said,
One nation, right?
Yeah, one nation.
It's that one nation mentality. One
Exactly.
nation, you know?
That's why Moses said,
Coexist.
Yeah, you can bring your belief,
coexist.
your history. It'll be okay.
It's
We're
all
intermingled.
good. It's all good either way.
But the Most High, listen, the Most High doesn't call even that. He says they did evil. He didn't say they commingled. He said they did evil.
We made peace. Us calling it peace, making peace.
Us calling it peace is the Most High saying y'all are doing evil
You know,
because y'all didn't pick a side
You know that shows that we compromise righteousness all the time.
all the damn
And
time.
this is why integration weakened our people.
No.
Because we did the same exact thing just a couple years ago.
A couple years ago, a couple decades ago.
Yeah, when we did integration,
It destroyed
it
us.
ruined us.
The commingling of beliefs and systems and mindsets destroyed us out. It's all here, but this is the evil, the commingling of beliefs. Because they still knew they were Jews. The crazy thing is this: we knew we were Jews. They weren't following our powers.
Nope.
They will ride or die with their beliefs regardless. We're the idiots want to fit them in and bring them into our situation. What did Gail say? Why are we sitting back here and following this guy? How come we don't sit back and go back to Hamar, our guy?
Because they're sincere about their power.
They're sincere about their beliefs.
You got a lot of these European countries are tapping into their paganistic histories.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
They're going back into the worship of Norse mythology, Nordic culture, ancient languages, Celtic religions. There's a push right now amongst Europeans to go back and adopt their original pagan forms of worship.
Rhineland.
Yeah.
The times are hard right now.
Yeah.
Yep.
Might as well
Yes,
go
someone.
back.
No, and that's getting filtered over here because there's groups growing that are about Celtic and going back to their roots.
They're going back to their roots, bro. They're going back to serving Woden.
Yeah,
Odin.
Odin, man,
Thor.
crazy.
He's back.
Oh,
Yeah.
Love you.
The whole Marvel universe is back.
That's hilarious.
They coming back.
And they're being open and aggressive.
Yeah, they've been open about it. We need to embrace our original culture.
That's crazy.
That's these Europeans are going back to their nature.
And we the only ones want to sit back and mingle and tap into mixing cultures and stuff. Right? That's our nature, right? But now we're sitting back here. The Most had to sit back here and have 18 years of slavery hanging over our heads before we start realizing, oh, we got to shake out of this, man, and fix it.
Yeah.
It's crazy, right? But let's keep going.
And the children of Israel cried unto the Most High, saying,
He was always crying. Those devil's tears, right?
Yeah. I want to talk about it.
Keep going. Keep going, right?
We have sinned against thee, both because we have forsaken our power and also served Baalim.
God.
And the Most High said unto the children of Israel, Did not I deliver you from the Egyptians, and from the Amorites, from the children of Ammon, and from the Philistines?
Yep.
The Zidonians also, and the Amalekites, and the Moabites did oppress you. And ye cried to me, and I delivered you out of their hand. Yet ye have forsaken me, and served other gods. Wherefore I will deliver you no more. Go and cry unto the gods which ye have chosen.
And listen, Mosai was vexed at this time. He said, man, you go follow your own damn gods, man. Go cry to them. Because you keep going back to them.
Talk to ball, man.
God. And see if he'll sit back here and get you out of this pinch. Read on.
Let them deliver you in the time of your tribulation. And the children of Israel said unto the Most High, We have sinned.
Of course we did. Well, you just realized that?
Yeah, exactly. They just be, oh, I forgot.
Listen, we only sin when things are bad, when bad things are happening. That's when we say we sin.
God. Continue.
We have sinned, Do thou unto us whatsoever seemed good unto thee. Deliver us only, we pray thee, this day. And they put away the strange gods from among them, and served the Most High. And his soul was grieved for the misery of Israel.
So listen, it took Israel to do more work now. Listen, before, they just cried to the Most High, and the Most High gave them a Savior.
That's true.
Now, they cried, and they put away their gods.
Yeah.
They had to be proactive before the Most High did something for them in return.
You gotta show more sincerity.
You gotta show me more. What it's showing you is how the Most High deals with us. If you sit back and read from the beginning of Judges to now, you start realizing that he makes it harder on Israel the more they continue to sin. The sin, listen, the punishment used to last for maybe 4 years, 8 years.
Yeah.
Then it jumped from 8. Listen, the years kept rising up. It was 4 years, 8 years, 10 years, 18 years, and also the succession of what we were losing gradually got worse. At first, I'm taking your gold. Second, before the gold was taken, you're living with these heathens, and they're barbarously dealing with you. They're rudely and barbarously dealing with you. That's jacked up. You sit back here and get used to these heathens hating on you and not showing you respect. Then the next thing is, now I'm going to take your gold. Then after I take your gold, then I'm going to sit back here and take away your ability to sustain yourself with your land. Now before that, I'm not going to allow you to keep all the land I gave you initially.
So God says, it's safe to say, when there's an affliction that happens to me in my life, because like we know that there's an affliction that comes from being righteous. There's an affliction that comes from just a natural, the Most High allowing you to go through challenges.
So you can grow spiritually.
But also there's affliction for negative works.
Huh?
And we have to practice every time affliction comes to go back and just to double check to make sure I'm right with the Most High.
Because
if it's for the purpose of righteousness, so be it. But I always have to take every circumstance and look. I try to do it a lot. I'm saying like, okay, car's tripping a little bit.
Is this a spiritual battle, or is Most High kicking my what?
Yeah. Is this another matter? This is a matter in a situation?
Yep.
Or do I have to? And just in case, Job did what? What did Job do? He made sacrifice just in case his children sin, right?
Yep.
We should take on the same mindset. Just in case the Most High save me, let me just do more sacrifices to the Father.
Yep.
Let me make sure I'm tightening up on my obedience. Not to say that I am getting stung for a reason, but even if it's questionable, I should still go in the spirit of making sure I cross my T's and dot my I's.
Because if you don't, the Most High will continue to systematically break you down. One, the people were there making their life uncomfortable. The second thing was they started losing territory.
Yeah.
When you sit back and see what the original allotted land of Israel was, the chosen land was, to what it was a couple generations later, we started losing footholds in our land, losing positions. Then after we started losing space, we started losing gold and silver. And after we started losing our riches, they started taking our furniture, all that stuff we brought in. They took all of it, our gold, our garments, our clothing, our resources. Then the resources came afterwards.
And can I say this too? And when we talk about gold and silver, we're talking about your ability to take care of yourself.
Yeah.
Because we ain't got a whole bunch of jewelry and a whole bunch of gold.
I'm talking about back then. But God.
With us, in this time period, the Most High takes away your ability to sustain yourself.
God. No doubt. But the problems get worse and worse and worse over time.
Compound.
Listen, negative neighbors.
Yeah.
Losing land, losing monies, then losing the ability to sit back and sustain yourself, because during the time of Gideon, they took all of our crops for the year. Can you imagine working your entire year?
That's not cool.
And then everything you work for is taken within minutes?
You mad when
Come on. Go in there.
You mad when you lose your income tax?
You were too sleepy, man. No, go in there. Go in there. You were too sleepy. You were too sleepy. Go in there. Then y'all listen. Whoever want to keep being sleepy, you're gonna go in the kids' room and watch cartoons.
You feel yourself getting tired, stand up.
Or stand up. But let's keep going. Let's keep reading.
God, Judges chapter.
No. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't want to keep. I want to keep talking.
Oh, okay.
The sleep spirit got me. Took my mind away from that. What are we trying to establish?
Borders.
We're trying to make sure the Most High keeps taking things away.
Come.
The more we continue to not get the lesson. So
So
there will be a hooray, we got saved, the judges took care of us, cool.
I'm off the hook.
But the Most High keeps diminishing our posterity
there's still
after each judge. Exactly.
This is the problem. You pray the Most High, Yahweh, Bashim, Yahshua, please, Yahweh. He's come through.
Yep.
He comes through. But we still got to deal with the consequences. The consequences are still there. Things don't magically go back to normal.
Yeah.
You just aren't going to go through complete destruction.
Exactly. But the Most High keeps breaking down the posterity of the nation. Loss of land, further deviation from their connection to Heavenly Father. Now they're not balling out of control anymore. They're not rich. Now the nations have their wealth.
Yeah.
Now their land isn't sitting back here providing. Listen, do you think that when these nations are taking over our land, that they're taking the worst spots of our land?
No.
They're taking the choice spots of our land to the point where a lot of tribes were having to migrate out of their land to go to other lands. So guess what? You just lost your inheritance.
That's not cool.
Listen, the tribes are losing in gentrification. You're losing your inheritance. The Philistines leaned on Dan so bad that a lot of them had to move up north. They were on the west side. A lot of them had to move to the north.
Our people are always moving.
But but listen, you're leaving. Listen, you're moving from your inherited land. You don't have no land no more. Now you're sitting back here borrowing on somebody else's lot.
Yeah, being an indentured servant.
Now you're sitting back here hustling to survive. Now there were consequences to our negative. There was consequences to all these times we're losing and our butts whipped, going against Heavenly Father. Yeah, He brings saviors, but your posterity, your situation isn't the same that it used to be, and the Most High's trust in you, and His relationship with you gets strained. He looks at you like, man, I can't trust you. I can't work with you now. Because you're sitting back here. That's what the Most High, listen, man, you keep crying and crying to me, but you never change. Now I'll make your punishments longer, droughts longer. You'll have less and less chances to get on my good side. So now we have to sit back here and at least put away the gods. Our side. Let me take all my little idols in my house, my little chains and have.
You know everybody got their private altars now.
Kinda.
Their in-house altars.
The in-house
We
altars.
be moving people all day and they be having little
little trinkets, amulets,
little necklaces,
little rabbit foot here and there.
Remember that Izzy Car lady out? Everything was a Buddha head out. We had like
Yeah.
Remember that? Like, my Lord, bro.
Yeah. Everything was Buddha, man.
Yeah. That was Buddha's temple.
It was Buddha everything.
Yeah, we
statues, the whole nine.
Like I was hoping it was gonna break, but I'm like, that's
We having to pay for it.
Yeah, pay for that idol. We even laugh about. Never mind, I ain't gonna say that.
But I do have a scripture.
Yeah.
Jeremiah 14:20.
Listen, the air got cooled tremendously. I don't know who did that. I didn't do that, yo.
Yeah.
I didn't do that. I was freezing the whole time. It was quite warm.
The freezer. You're the freezer.
I am.
I did not do that.
Mr. Freeze over here.
Mr. Freeze out?
Yeah. It's me. Jeremiah 14.
Yeah, Jeremiah 14:20. Just pull the scripture real fast.
Jeremiah 14 and verse 20.
Uh-huh.
We acknowledge, oh Lord, our wickedness.
So we're supposed to acknowledge our wickedness. The sad thing is that it just takes extreme situations to force us to do this. That's the sad part. We're waiting for a condition to force us into the spirit of acknowledgement of negative. Read.
And the iniquity of our fathers, for we have sinned against thee.
Now I have to admit, because my situation is so uncomfortable, it's so unlivable. Now I have to admit I've made mistakes. Right? Read.
Do not abhor us for thy name's sake.
And this is the beautiful thing. The Most High is very merciful. We have a merciful power that we serve. And that's why we should be thankful every day to be Israelites. We should be happy and thankful that we are Israelites because we do serve a merciful power. He may be strict and disciplinary and staunch and not allow us to deviate, but we have a merciful power. Read.
Do not disgrace the throne of thy glory. Remember, break not thy covenant with us.
We're like, please don't break your covenant with us. like we broke our covenant with you. Don't forget us like we forget you. Don't leave us like we've left you. Don't forsake us like we forsook you. So it shows that Israel's one-sided with the Father. Read.
Verse 22.
Uh-huh.
Are there any among the vanities of the Gentiles that can cause rain?
So are there any among the what?
The vanities of the Gentiles.
The vanities of the Gentiles is the philosophies and idolatry of the Gentiles. So a vain and light person is a person that is susceptible to what? Idolatry. Read.
That can cause rain.
That can cause rain. And can any other God really cause rain? Or is the Most High blessing? Read.
Or can the heavens give showers?
Are we gonna believe in the physical celestial heavens? The sun god, the moon god, the dog star, all these different entities, these different deities, the ocean god, the rain god. Read.
Are not thou he, O Lord, our power? Therefore, we will wait upon thee.
We're supposed to do what?
Wait upon thee.
So this is the issue. When you go serve the idols, you get what you want faster.
Right.
The Most High God makes us wait longer, and He makes us we have to put in way more patience.
Because He's the God of patience, and that's something that we don't have. We don't have patience, so we want to rush to our success. We want to force success. We want to force prosperity. And so that we find the easier route. We find a backdoor approach. And all these other guys are just alternatives that may seem like I can get what I want faster without having to wait. And so it's an alternative to serving the Most High, because, like you said, I can expeditiously get what I want. But go ahead.
And the crazy part, that's a major temptation. Why wait 3 to 4 years when I can get what I want now? Why wait on the invisible power? That's the power of patience, the God of patience, when I can have what I want now. The temptation, we can't resist the temptation of having to do things the right way and wait on the Most High power. So now that gives credence to what? The Thors, the Odins, the Baals, the rain gods,
Saturns, the Zeus.
The Saturns, the Zeuses, whatever is the quick and easy path, let me give myself to that. Read on.
For thou hast made all these things.
The Most High, look, the Most High made everything. Why worship the creation? We can worship the Creator. That makes more sense. If we worship, we can be patient, and it costs us time on the front end, or we can get stung and deal with consequences and deal with losses, and it costs us time on the what? On the back end. We still had to wait. We just had to wait and lose. You see the idea?
Yeah.
So this is really about, did Israel appreciate their power? We showed the Most High we didn't appreciate Him. That's what the Most High had to levy these different type of stings and attacks against us. Because our idolatry is just showing that we're not loyal to the Most High. We don't value or appreciate our power.
And also there's lessons, there's a whole lot of lessons involved in the patience aspect of waiting for the Most High to come through for you. And one of the main lessons is that you grow to be dependent upon the Most High only.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and you put all your faith in the Most High. But when there's alternatives to serving the Most High, to where I can get something that I want without having to serve the Most High, I never learned how to be dependent upon the Most High solely, completely with my whole heart. There's so many lessons involved when you don't get what you want right away. You know what I'm saying? But you miss out on all those lessons that the Most High is trying to show you, which we don't want to wait for. And then so we want the fast route. We want the quick and easy route. We want the immediate form of success. But when you get it fast, you lose it fast too.
That's true.
Just as fast as you get it, you lose it. And then when we're mad and upset, then we're emotionally controlled by the situation.
Yeah.
Because I don't get what I want, so I'm angry. I got what I want, I'm happy. So now the circumstance and my condition controls me versus me being in control of my situation, waiting and being patient for the Most High to come through for me. So we miss out on a lot of those things when we serve these other nations.
So what verse we at? Did you go in any of the chapter verse? You want to pull another verse?
With Jeremiah.
We're still in Judges 9.
You done with Jeremiah?
I'm done with Jeremiah.
Let's go back to Judges chapter 10 and verse 16.
Judges 10?
Yeah. That's where we're at. We're in Judges 10.
Oh, all right. Yeah. Judges chapter 10 and 16.
They was crying.
They was crying.
Oh yeah, that's right. They were crying.
Yeah.
All right. And they put away the strange gods from among them and served the Most High.
Mhm.
And his soul was grieved for the misery of Israel.
Mhm.
And the children of Ammon.
I have to harp on that grieving. It's like you don't want to watch your child suffer.
Yep.
You don't want to watch your brother suffer. You don't want to watch your rib suffer. You don't want to watch your people suffer.
But people
they
have to learn their lesson.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's the word of the day. Learn your
Learn your
lesson.
lesson.
All Israel has to learn the lesson, or they'll never sit back and appreciate the Heavenly Father.
Come.
So let's keep going.
Then the children of Ammon were gathered together and encamped in Gilead.
Mhm.
And the children of Israel assembled themselves together and encamped in Mizpah.
Okay, so listen, Ammon was ready to sit back here and lean on Gilead even more. Don't forget, Gilead is east of the Jordan. Jordan is always that middle point from the people on the east and the west. So Gilead was Gad and Reuben. So Ammon was prepping up to go stomp on Gad and Reuben again. Read on.
And the people and princes of Gilead said one to another, "What man is he that will begin to fight against the children of Ammon?"
Who's rugged enough to deal with these damn Ammonites? These Ammonites are for real. They're no joke. They took us over here, and they helped Philistines take over the Israelites on the western side of the Jordan. So what we going to do? Read on.
He shall be head over all the inhabitants of Gilead.
Mm-hmm.
Judges 11:1. Now Jephthah the Gileadite was a mighty man of valor, and he was the son of a harlot.
So listen, he was a mighty man of valor, and he was the son of a harlot. Read on.
And Gilead begat Jephthah.
Okay.
And Gilead's wife bare him sons, and his wife's sons grew up. And they thrust out Jephthah, and said unto him, Thou shalt not inherit our father's house, for thou art the son of a strange
So
woman.
the crazy thing is this. Jephthah got kicked to the curb and wasn't allowed to share in the inheritance of his brothers. So listen, that's a significant thing. Jephthah didn't have any land for himself, space to himself. He had no inheritance to build off of. So what do you think he had to do to survive? He had to hustle. He had no land, nothing that he said that he could claim as his. So he was on his own, having to figure it out in the world.
And this is how Esau manufactures poverty.
Mm-hmm.
What Esau does, or crime, Esau's game is, I'm gonna take your natural resources, I'm gonna take your ability to feed yourself, I'm gonna create these conditions in your populace where you have nothing. So what happens when people have nothing? What's the next stage? They have to become criminal. They have to go into criminal acts.
Listen, and this is what Jephthah was doing. He was going into survival tactics.
Yeah, but this is the problem. Esau has to create that jail system. What's it called? It's a word for it. The industrial prison complex.
Yeah.
He creates the conditions.
Drop it, brother.
For people. No, I'm not dropping that. I'm not dropping that.
Industrial prison complex.
Nah, that's much better. That's better. But I'm just saying, Esau knows the Bible.
You said it right. I'm not knocking it.
Yeah. Esau knows the Bible very well. He knows the Hebrews that he's residing over.
Yeah.
And he knows what we're going to do before we do it because he studied our history.
Yep.
We're still the ones that don't know our history.
Yep.
We don't study. We don't read. We're not conscious of ourselves. We don't give ourselves enough to understanding our people in our past. So we fall on the same exact patterns as a group.
Done.
Well, Proverbs, just one scripture on that, what you said, Darby. Proverbs 6:11.
I like that. It was good. The prison complex was good.
Proverbs chapter 6 and verse 11. So shall thy poverty come.
And so what Esau, like you said, he creates impoverished conditions. And when we're in those impoverished conditions, go ahead.
As one that travaileth.
That
traveleth, and thy want as an armed
one
man.
That traveleth. When I'm in an impoverished conditions, I'm always looking for something better. I'm trying to relocate from one place to another. I'm looking for a better city, a better dwelling place, a better lifestyle. I'm always looking for something better. Go ahead. And I want as what?
And thy want as an armed man.
And what do you call a man that's armed but he wants something real bad? He's desperate.
Yeah.
He's a desperate man. And so poverty brings about a spirit of desperation and searching for something better. And so that's the condition that we get into. We're in this form of poverty. We're always looking for a way out. either it's a jump shot, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, either I got a wicked jump shot or I'm a slaying rock. You know what I'm saying? Exactly. So it's either one or two options to get out of the situation. But that desperation, hardly do we ever, in that desperation, lean on the Most High. Hardly do we ever do that.
And Jephthah was another example of this. He was ousted from his family, so he had no other means to survive but to take and steal. Because those were the options that were left. It's going to explain. Keep going.
A naughty person, a wicked man, walking with a forward mouth.
Wait, where are you at? A naughty person?
Go back to read.
Go back to Judges.
I'll read naughty person in Judges. Judges chapter 11, the bottom part of 2.
Thou shalt not inherit our father's house, for thou art the son of a strange woman. Then Jephthah fled from his brethren and dwelt in the land of Tob. And there were gathered vain men to Jephthah and went out with him.
Remember we talked about those vain men that Abimelech dealt with?
We just went to vanity.
Abimelech rolled with those vain men too. Those stick-up kids, huh?
And also,
it's the same vibration going on.
We read Jeremiah 14 about connected vanity to idol worship too.
Yeah. Bro, I wouldn't doubt it. Listen, I'm not going to go there, but I wouldn't doubt it. And this guy was sitting back here. The only sad thing about it, he was forced into this situation.
Oh.
He was forced into this situation because his brothers kicked him out. So now he's hustling and surviving, robbing and stealing. They were those vain men, those light men. They didn't take serving the Most High to heart.
I gotta go there, but like you know the word thug, right?
Yeah.
The word thug means East Indian robber, right? So the original thugs were band of East Indian thieves and robbers that would rob and steal from travelers, and their god was of course the female goddess
Shiva.
Astarte, Shiva. So Shiva is the female goddess of destruction. So it always goes back to what people are doing in their physical life. It still goes back to a god.
Yep.
It still goes back to some type of worship.
Yeah.
And yes sir.
Even right now with especially Issachar, as far as hustling and getting into negative activities, they
You're right.
They have La Muerte.
Yep.
That they go ahead and pray to and give money to and do whatever they got to do.
That God that yeah. And it was that
The death symbol.
Yes, the depths of But he was a patron saint to look after the people who
do
dirt.
Yeah, the patron saint of what's that?
He was the guy that looks after the guys and girls that do dirt.
Yeah,
that's what that Muerte. It's not the deal de los Muertes,
right?
But it was a god
Santa
that they
Muerte.
have.
Or the Grim Reaper.
Santa Muerte.
Yeah, it's called Santa Muerte because
Santa Muerte.
the cat we work next to like has that. It's a black dude. He got like this Judite cat out. He was selling shoes. I'm like, what you got this on your neck for, bro? Like. Why are you wearing that, bro? Like, you're a Judite, bro.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
He looks after all the cats that do dirt.
You like.
And I'm doing dirt. So I need the help.
Exactly, bro.
So that's what happens.
These criminal activity, they look for something. They need a protective guy too.
God. So Jephthah was in a situation where he's sitting back here surviving, hustling, and dealing with a bunch of vain people, light-minded people to survive and hustle. And these are the facts. These are facts. These same vain men was vain men back in the time of Shechem that Abimelech was lining himself up with. That survived by any means necessary. Continue.
And it came to pass in process of time that the children of Ammon made war against Israel. And it was so that when the children of Ammon made war against Israel, the elders of Gilead went to fetch Jephthah out of the land of Tob.
So they had to get the roughest, ruggedest guy to lead the army.
You need people like me.
That's what I'm saying. Say hello to the bad guy.
Stick your finger out and point and say there's the bad guy.
Yeah. That's the bad guy. But you need me. It's the truth. Read on.
And they said unto Jephthah, come and be our captain, that we may fight with the children of Ammon.
There we go. They needed him to sit back here and lead them because he was rough and rugged, and whatever he went through made him that way. Read on.
And Jephthah said unto the elders of Gilead, did not ye hate me?
Yeah, he had to throw it in their face, huh? He had to throw it in their face. Did not you hate me? Read on.
Did not ye hate me and expel me out of my father's house? And why are ye come unto me now when ye are in distress?
Back then they didn't want me, man.
Yeah.
Now I'm hot. They all on me. I see it. Read on.
And the elders of Gilead said unto Jephthah, Therefore we turn again to thee now.
It's a hard situation.
We need you now. I'm sorry. We're sorry. We're sorry.
That was a pass.
Yeah, exactly. It won't happen again. This ain't gonna happen again. Read on.
That thou mayest go with us and fight against the children of Ammon, and be our head over all the inhabitants of Gilead. And Jephthah said unto the elders of Gilead, if ye bring me home again to fight against the children of Ammon, and the Most High deliver them before me, shall I be your head?
So they had the real care of that. You can sit back and run everything. You can be the HNIC, man.
Yeah.
You will be the HNIC and be on top of everything. If you just come to war with us and you win. Read on.
And the elders of Gilead said unto Jephthah, the Most High be witness between us, if we do not, so accordingly to thy words. Then Jephthah went with the elders of Gilead, and the people made him head and captain over them. And Jephthah uttered all of his words before the Most High in Mizpah.
Okay, so the Most High still worked with a man whose mother was a harlot. Okay, so a lot of those what do you call those guys?
Mamzar?
Those guys talk about Mamzars. Say the Most High don't deal with these kind of guys, but you know what? The Most High did.
And you know what it shows also? The Most High is not based on where a person comes from. Some people determine their life trajectory based off of their humble beginnings.
Yep.
The Most High can still work with a man based off his humble beginnings.
Yep. He can build you up as far as you want to go if you're humble.
God.
Okay. Read on.
And Jephthah sent messengers unto the king of the children of Ammon, saying, what hast thou to do with me, that thou art come against me to fight in my land?
Okay.
And the king of the children of Ammon answered unto the messengers of Jephthah.
So first Jephthah sat back here and says, why are y'all trying to sit back and fight us for our land? What is it? What's the problem, Ammon? Read on.
Because Israel took away my land when they came up out of Egypt, from Arnon even unto Jabbok and unto Jordan. Now therefore restore those lands again peaceably. This
is where this was a lie. Because if you did read in the book of Numbers, if I'm not mistaken, this was you would sit back and read that the people that had the land above the river Arnon were the Amorites, not the Ammonites. The Amorites were the ones who had the land at the time that Moses rolled up on the east side of the river Arnon. The river Arnon was the border between the people of Moab and the people of the Amorites. And then the crazy thing is, the king of the Amorites, his name was Sihon, and they had took the land over from the Moabites. It wasn't even Ammon. Sihon took it over from the Moabites, and then Sihon had a deal that he was working with the Moabites. They can keep their land below Arnon, and they took over the land above Arnon. So these allegations that the Ammonites were saying that we took their land was completely false. Ammon was always on the east side of that land which the Amorites were over at the time, and Moab was under, because they lost the other portion of their land to the Amorites. Let's continue.
And Jephthah sent messengers again unto the king of the children of Ammon, and said unto him, thus saith Jephthah, Israel took not away the land of Moab, nor the land of the children of Ammon. And what?
Because Moses was given strict orders not to touch Moab's land, not to touch Ammon's land, and they weren't even going to take over the Amorite land. The only reason they took over the Amorite land is because Sihon didn't let the Jews cross over and pass over to the Gilead River, on the Jordan River. That's the only reason they went to war in the first place. So the whole thought pattern was senseless. So they weren't even going over to take over the Amorites' land anyway, but because they want to fight and they want to throw hands, most said, we're going to take y'all out there.
Yeah.
But that was never the intention. Read on.
But when Israel came up from Egypt and walked through the wilderness unto the Red Sea and came to Kadesh, then Israel sent messengers unto the king of Edom, saying, let me, I pray thee, pass through thy land. But the king of Edom will not hearken thereto.
So listen, the king of Edom was below Moab. and they wanted to go through the king's highway that started through Edom, and they said, no, y'all can't go there. And the Most High told Moses, don't go to war with Edom. So they went the long way, went around Edom, then they went to Moab, did the same thing. Read on.
And in like manner they sent unto the king of Moab, but he would not consent, and Israel abode in Kadesh.
So they had to go to the east side of where it was Edom, Moab, Kadesh was on this side. Read on.
Then they went along through the wilderness, and compassed the land of Edom, and the land of Moab.
They compassed it, they went around it. Read on.
And came by the east side of the land of Moab.
On the east side of the land of Moab was here. You had the east side here, you had the river Arnon. Ammon's land was above that Arnon area to the east. They didn't go that way. They went west to go through the land of the Amorites. Read on.
And pitched on the other side of Arnon.
Thank you.
But came not within the border of Moab.
Exactly.
For Arnon was the border of Moab.
Huh.
And Israel sent messengers unto Shion, king of the Amorites, the king of Heshbon. And Israel said unto him, let us pass, we pray thee, through thy land into my place.
Because they were just trying to get over and cross Jordan and get to the west side of Canaan. But that was the only other way they can go through to get there. Read on.
But Sihon trusted not Israel to pass through his coast. But Sihon gathered all his people together and pitched in Jahaz and fought against Israel.
Okay.
And the Most High of Israel delivered Sihon and all his people into the hand of Israel, and they smote them. So Israel possessed all the land of the Amorites, the inhabitants of that country.
The Amorites, not the Ammonites. And those were two different peoples. So listen, man, y'all don't have any claim to this anyway. If anybody was going to trip, it was going to be Moab, but they got their butts kicked anyway. So the next nation up was Amorites. Ammon had nothing to do with that land. Read on.
And they possessed all the coasts of the Amorites, from Arnon even unto Jabbok, and from the wilderness even unto Jordan.
Mm-hmm.
So now the Most High, the power of Israel, hath dispossessed the Amorites from before his people Israel. And shouldest thou possess it?
Mm-hmm.
Wilt not thou possess that which Chemosh thy power giveth thee to possess?
So he says, wilt thou not possess that which Chemosh thy God giveth thee to possess? So he's like, wouldn't you, if your God gave you some land to take, wouldn't you take it?
They know the answer to that.
And he's like, so you tripping because we would give them some land because these suckers didn't let us through, and they started a fight and we took over. Now we're not going to take that land as ours.
And you know what's funny about this is that this is Jephthah bringing about this reminder of this history, even though he's been cast out in his own country,
doing hoodlum stuff,
and he still knows his roots. He still knows his history.
I'm glad you brought that out because everybody knew this history, and they were still doing idolatry. He wasn't the only one that knew this. He knew like the back of his hand. All of our people knew our history. We just knew our history, kept our beliefs, and dabbled with these other gods. How do you know Chemosh so good?
I know.
He threw that name out real quick, huh? He knew what was up with them guys and what they did.
He knew what they
and what they was about. That's the point. That was the screwed up culture we had. We knew our zone, and we was dabbling over there, a little sprinkle of Chemosh, a little sprinkle of Baal.
Because she's working at the pyramid today.
That's hilarious. All facts. Because that's what they were about. Yes, sir.
And I was going to say, his mother wasn't even an Israelite, and he fled.
Khan.
And he knew the history.
Khan. He knew what was up. This is the point. So, he knew the history of his people. Read on.
24.
Khan.
Wilt not thou possess that?
But also what it shows is, it wasn't Jephthah's fault that how the city was run was just chaotic. It wasn't Jephthah's fault that how the Israel was living in the book of the time of Judges was screwed up. There was Babal in the time of Judges, and guess what? There's Babal in the time of what? Now. We're going to look into how things were back then. They're very similar to how Israel functions in America now. Everything's mixed up. This is how it is.
It's hodgepodge, Doc.
Everything's hodgepodge, mixed up. You know, the Most High is not going to hold that against us.
Now, I want to read this right here. It says, Chemosh, the national deity of Moab, who has worshipped with rites similar to those of Molech, to whom living children were sacrificed by burning. So this spirit of godly worship is very similar to Molech.
God, all these guys did damn near the same thing. Well, let's keep looking. Because where did it come from? It all came from Nimrod and Astarte in that process. Before everything was split up and languages were confounded. So keep going.
So whomsoever the Most High our power shall drive out from before us, them will we possess.
And you keep what you kill. Read on.
And now art thou anything better than Balak the son of Zippor, king of Moab? Did he ever strive against Israel, or did he ever fight against them?
He says, and now art thou anything better than Balak the son of Zippor, king of Moab. Why? Because once we went around Balak, we took out Sihon and then Og a little further up in Bashan. What did they try to do? What did Balak try to do? He took counsel from who? Balaam. On how to break the Israelites.
Yep.
And what they do, they sent Midianite women up in there and got all these young dudes got in their head.
Go crazy, yeah.
So they got them crazy out. They're like, listen, we like you, we don't mind dealing with you, but you know what? You gotta learn our beliefs too. Your beliefs don't make any sense to us. There's got to be some common ground.
Compromise.
Jahan!
Yeah.
We'll do it. Cause she bad. That's the reason, man. It ain't no deeper than that. And he said, listen, he says, you're no different than Balak, because Balak tried to get back his land by negative purposes and means, by sly, undercover things. He says, you're doing the same thing. You're using deceit, just like Balak, the king of Moab, was using deceit to try to take us over. He's like, no, I ain't giving y'all this. Read on.
While Israel dwelt in Heshbon and her towns, and in Aroer in her towns, and in all the cities that be along by the coasts of Arnon, 300 years.
He says, for 300 years we've been in this space, in our land, away from all y'all tribes and nations, and y'all are tripping on us? Read on.
Why therefore did he not recover them within that time?
He said, why did you sit back here and go get this land 300 years ago?
If it was yours.
If it was yours. Now you want to trip now and try to get it?
Like a Bible say, if it was yours.
If it was yours? That's hilarious. You know why they don't do it now? Because their army a little strong. They got some Philistine help. They got Philistine help too. So they feel like they're doing something. Philistines were a problem, Mike. Those dudes were problems. You got them on your side, now I got the confidence.
Yoga.
Now you want to flex. Read on.
Wherefore I have not sinned against thee, but thou doest me wrong to war against me. And the Most High the judge be judged this day between the children of Israel and the children of Ammon. Howbeit the king of the children of Ammon hearkened not unto the words of Jephthah, which he sent him.
So the king of Ammon said, no, I'm going to get my land. I feel good. Listen, we sat back here and helped the Philistines take over Judah on the west and Ephraim. We feel good over here in the east. We're going to continue this land. We're going to take y'all out. Read on.
Then the Ruach of the Most High.
Oh, no. I'm sorry. Keep going. Read it again from the top.
Then the Ruach of the Most High came upon Jephthah, and he passed over Gilead and Manasseh, and passed over Mizpah of Gilead. And from Mizpah of Gilead he passed over unto the children of Ammon.
So the Spirit of the Most High came on Jephthah, and he passed over Gilead and Manasseh, and passed over Mizpah of Gilead. And from Mizpah of Gilead he passed over into the children of Ammon. Read on.
And Jephthah vowed a vow unto the Most High, and said, if thou shalt without fail deliver the children of Ammon into mine hands, then it shall be, that whatsoever cometh forth of the doors of my house to meet me, when I return in peace from the children of Ammon, shall surely be the Most High's. And I will
read that point again.
Yeah. When I return in peace from the children of Ammon, shall surely be the Most High's. And
this is his vow to the Most High.
Yeah. I remember where this is going now.
Exactly. He's extreme. Listen, it was an extreme vow that was unnecessary. Think about this. Do you think he was? Listen. I'm just reading it from how I'm seeing it. Do you think he was thinking that when he got to his house, a goat was gonna be like, I'm gonna kill the goat? He came first. You really think that was what he was thinking? The first thing that comes into my house, an animal? That don't make sense. Because when you're first thinking it, maybe he's thinking that if it's a sheep or a goat, he's gonna kill it. Well, he said, read it again. Verse 31, right?
From the top. Then it shall be that whatsoever cometh forth out of the doors of my house to meet me.
What kind of craziness is this?
Doors.
So a horse gonna do this, or go through this? It wasn't an animal he was talking about.
No.
It wasn't a dog. He wasn't talking about the dog porch, the little dog port in the bottom.
Yeah.
He gonna go through the dog porch. See, he's the one that's got to sacrifice.
And this
that doesn't make sense. He's not talking about. He's talking about an animal.
This is the problem with that mixed birth when you're coming up in mixed morals.
Come on,
have a mix.
You talked about Shamash killing, sacrificing people for their God. You got to kind of put two and two together. Where the hell was his thinking at? Passing through the door? It wasn't an animal. He didn't have the thought of sacrificing an animal for this action.
But this was normal in that land.
That's what he saw all the time.
Listen, it's normal. It's not normal when you're not around that environment. When you're in that environment, it's normal. This practice is normal.
And that's the point. This is showing you how disconnected the people were to the Most High. Huh? He didn't say he was waiting for an animal to kill. An animal's not going to go through and open a damn door to your house.
But a lot of times we say things that we don't really mean.
True.
And we're extreme in the things that we say. And then sometimes the Most High makes you swallow what you say.
Maybe his intention was to kill a servant, sacrifice a servant or something. It still don't make sense for him. It doesn't make sense to think that he was talking about an animal at this particular point. I just don't think that makes sense.
But what's funny is that he knew the history of his people.
God, so and he knew the history of Kamash too.
In the laws of the Most High, so he must have known that human sacrifice was not on the table.
But that's the problem. He did. But they also had a culture of seeing this all the time.
This is the problem with mixing cultures.
Yeah.
This was a mixed culture anyway. This is what I see. He wasn't expecting to sit back here and meet some animal at the door of his house. Yes, I.
Is it possible that he wanted that so bad? Because if he got the victory, he was going back home and he was going to be in charge of everybody. So, okay, y'all had kicked me out. This is my opportunity to come back and to be in charge and restore myself.
He still had no faith. And that wasn't, and his belief and wish still wasn't in the guidelines of the law and beliefs of the Heavenly Father.
Because what you're saying, he wasn't accustomed to serving the Most High. Because when you
he was functioning with vain men this whole time.
When you serve the Most High and you make the Most High your focus, you get these kind of things.
God.
But when your Most High is not the main focus, cool. You make a promise to the Most High, He'll hear you. He needed you for a purpose.
God.
And now He's eating His words.
It's just insane.
Keep going the story. The story tells.
But the thinking was anything that goes into the doors of his house. That's not an animal.
Yeah. Taking a hell of a chance.
Yeah. But he's not. But he's not thinking. All he's worrying about is guaranteeing a blessing and guaranteeing to overcome his enemies. Read verse 31 again.
31 from the top. Then it shall be that whatsoever cometh forth of the doors of my house to meet me, when I return in peace from the children of Ammon, shall surely be the Most High's, and I will offer it up for a burnt offering.
So he was aware of the consequences. He knew.
Well, I even like what Dawan said. Like, here's an opportunity to be in charge. Like, I'm so desperate to come up that I'll step on anybody. Because that's the American way too.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Is that I'll step on anybody to make it to the top.
For fisticuffs, huh?
Yeah. But it's true. It shows that desperate people are so desperate. They say anything and they'll do anything.
Yeah. God.
And they're desperate, like Dawiah said, they're disconnected from the Most High.
Yeah.
Wow.
But him getting kicked out of his family land would help aid that.
And this theme still connects to Abimelech.
It was Abimelech and Gideon.
Yeah, it's the same theme.
Because he was ostracized too.
I come from this condition. I really didn't know the Most High for myself, and now I'm making deals, which I get. The deals are getting made. I get that, but I didn't take the time to learn the Most High for myself. Now I'm making rash decisions.
So the Most High still uses them for the purpose of saving his people, but there's a consequence for this vow. Continue.
So Jephthah passed over unto the children of Ammon to fight against them.
He went into their turf and whipped them. Read on.
And the Most High delivered them into his hands. And he smote them from Aror, even till thou come to Minnith, even 20 cities, and unto the plain of the vineyards, with a very great slaughter. Thus the children of Ammon were subdued before the children of Israel. And Jephthah came to Mizpah unto his house, and behold, his daughter came out to meet him with timbrels and with dances. And she was his only child.
Crazy, man.
Beside her, he had neither son nor daughter.
That was it. Listen, that victory came at a great cost. And it was unnecessary too. The Most High was going to deliver it to him anyway. Read on.
And it came to pass when he saw her, that he rent his clothes and said, Alas, my daughter, thou hast brought me very low, and thou art one of them that trouble me. For I have opened my mouth unto the Most High, and I cannot go back. And she said unto him, My father, if thou hast opened thy mouth unto the Most High, do to me according to that which hath proceeded out of thy mouth. For as much as the Most High hath taken vengeance for thee of thine enemies, even of the children of Ammon.
Real quick, before we go any further, this is a sad story. The daughter just asked him to just let her, let's read it, and then we'll go back and switch up. Let's keep going.
And she said unto her father, Let this thing be done for me. Let me alone 2 months, that I may go up and down upon the mountains and bewail my virginity, I and my fellows. And he said, Go. And he sent her away for 2 months. And she went with her companions, and bewailed her virginity upon the mountains. And it came to pass at the end of 2 months, that she returned unto her father, who did with her according to his vow which he had vowed. And she knew no man. And it was a custom in Israel, that the daughters of Israel went yearly to lament the daughter of Jephthah, the Gileadite, 4 days in a year.
That sucks. And it didn't have to be done like that, but his lack of faith and his lack of relationship with the Most High spawned that. It also says later on in the next, this next chapter hits hard, but I was thinking about as we was going through it, remember when the Jews were crying for like a savior and for help? And the Most High said, let the nations sit back here and go to them for your help, go to your gods for help. The crazy thing is, the Most High didn't send an angel down here and anoint him to be the judge. Right? He said the Spirit of the Most High came to him late. Verse 29 is when the Spirit of the Most High came and honored him back to move. What I'm saying is, the Most High let Israel sweat this out longer than normal. He didn't send the customary miraculous angel to come down here and go deal with them. He just sat back here and allowed a bruiser to go help the Jews out. Because Jephthah was a bruiser. He didn't last very long in his kingdom also. I think he might have been a judge for like 4 years. And that was it. He didn't last for like 40 years of peace. Like
18 years.
He didn't have a long run.
Based on his thinking, he wasn't.
He wasn't built for it. He was a bruiser the Most High allowed to work through to save the children of Israel, and that was it.
You know, he even by slaying his daughter cut off his own posterity.
That was it.
He had no grandchildren,
and he didn't get no more kids. It was so crazy. Yeah. He had no kids. Well, let's get
Judges 12
and 1. Let's get another reader. You've been hitting it for a long time.
I'll finish 12.
You know what? Might as well. You finish. No, brothers got to read, man. Other Jews got to read. Come on, who hasn't read? Did you read yet? You've been here longer. We'll get you in here. Come on, he's hogging all the reading. I'm joking with you. Normally, I'm here to do it.
I'm with it.
I'm messing with you.
Yahanada, Shal Shabbatah, Ban Yahawada, Ban Yashal.
Yahanada, Shal Shabbatah, Ban Yahawada, Ban Yashal. Amazing. Rock. Yahawah Hashem Shabbatah.
Yahweh Hashem Shabbatah.
He's knocking a lot of chapters up. We gotta switch it up, man. We read the whole Bible today, man. One man missing. Now listen, we're gonna need some verses to kind of go along with this. So get ready. So let's do this. Let's get So it was a bittersweet end. He had to sit back here and sacrifice his daughter, but it was bittersweet. But it wasn't like this cat didn't open the door to kill a human anyway. It was almost like that was an option he was willing to do before it happened. It just happened to be his daughter.
And would it be safe to say for him it'll be like, I did say for the Most High to provide it, so it's kind of the Most High's fault. He could have
that's him being Jake. That's him being Jake, but not using the scriptures as your guideline and your foundation, because you weren't supposed to do any type of human sacrifices at all. I wasn't even in the picture, but the problem is this time with Judges was so cloudy. It was cloudy. The people were broken out. It tells you in the beginning of Judges, men were lesser caliber at this time too. They were lesser men that were consumed with money and riches and their comforts than honoring the Heavenly Father. So in a 400-year period, you only had 13, 14 upright people to lead the nation. Wasn't many people. In a 400-year period of time, Israel was truly diminished.
Listen, losing borders and intermingling with Gentiles takes a toll.
Yes, it does.
This is why integration is such a powerful tool for America.
Yep, exactly. It's powerful because there's that constant compromise of belief systems that ruin and weaken and rots out the fabric of whatever nation you got.
This LGBTQ, whatever thing is going on, this is just another concept that's intermingling with our people. Mm-hmm. You open the door to integration, now you gotta give heed to their social movements. Huh? Esau's women, they want that feminism real bad.
Yeah. It's been going on.
Guess what? They want it bad. Guess what? Now it's bleeding on our people.
Yep.
So their issues are bleeding on us.
Yep.
And weakening us.
Black Lives Matter was not just Black Lives Matter, bro.
It was Black Lesbians Matter.
There you go. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, really. Trans matter too. It was the whole movement.
All lives.
Everything matters.
Yes,
everything falls into place.
It just shows that.
Then they throw little P's in there. All that stuff, LGBT, where'd that come from,
But these
elemental P.
These other nations, these other nations' social movements have an effect. When they push the next movement, the next movement is basically, changing the laws about pedophilia, decriminalizing pedophilia, making it a genetic condition, and they're already academically doing this. They're changing academia that's no longer a criminal mindset or insanity; it's a genetic disposition. So if it's a genetic disposition to be a pedophilist or a person that's a pedo, guess what? Now it's not criminalized. This is just the Gentile cultures once again doing what? Bleeding on Israel.
Huh? So this is what's going on. Was that this?
Obama had a question.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Take the seat too.
He's the man.
Take that man's seat. So what you gonna say?
What do you mean?
What do you mean by what?
Like,
you had said, you mentioned Black Lives didn't matter. It also was something else he didn't know. Like, what did you mean? He didn't get the concept of
go for it.
Okay, what I'm saying is, in culture, you have the mother, father, children, right? Dad, mom, children. That's the culture that Israel's raised with, right?
Explain the Black Lives Matter movement, how it was more. What he's asking is, what do you mean it was? How was it more than just that movement?
Okay, Black Lives Matter. The actual title and idea is that the concept they want you to believe off surface is what? That we shouldn't be getting killed, we shouldn't be getting harmed, right? That's a good idea. But when you read about what their plans are they don't want a father in the home. They want the non-nuclear family. What that means is that there should not be a daddy and a mommy in the house. It should just be the mother raising the children based on the state. They want the state of Texas, they want the government to raise the children. That's a part of cultures or other belief systems that are not Bible belief systems. So they're saying, yes, we're your friend. When you get to know them, they're not really your friend. They're fake friends of our people. It's a fake movement, a fake help for our people. It's like bad food. Like, GMO food, right? We eat GMO food, it tastes good, it seems good, but what happens? It makes you sick, right? So the same thing goes for these different cultures that we get around. They pretend to be our friends. Hey, we have rainbows. We're being kind. Be kind. That's the move to push most children right now. Be kind. What be kind really means is be nice to people.
Be tolerant.
Be tolerant of people that are men that want to dress like a woman. Boys that dress like girls and girls just like boys. We want you to accept them as your teachers, your bus drivers, your leaders, and we want you to accept their culture, and we want you to actually be like them, and we want you to watch cartoons that have them in your cartoons. We want them in your cartoons, in your commercials, on your TV shows. We want them in your coloring books. We want them in your school books. We want this non-Bible culture, non-Hebrew culture. We want you to accept it in your youth, because guess what? The world needs to be more kind. So these are people with double tongues. A snake has two tongues, right? A snake has one tongue, but it has two sides, right? So they say one thing, but they mean something completely else. They're liars. When you read the Bible, the Most High says these Gentiles shall be found to be liars. So you're saying Black Lives Matter, but you're really destroying our families. You're a liar. You're saying be kind to people, but you really mean to accept these cultures that like to intermingle men with children. So bottom line, you got to be very cautious and very skeptical of different things that the television is trying to show you. Be very cautious about what school's trying to tell you to believe in. If it doesn't match the Bible, if dad and mom doesn't sanction it, normally it's a Trojan horse. Remember the story of the Trojan horse? Okay, I'll take the story. Bottom line, make it quick. I'll be quick. Trojan horse was a story of a nation of people that gave a gift. I'm giving you the gift of a horse. This big giant horse.
Wooden horse.
Really big giant wooden horse. And they gave it as a gift. Then, what was inside the Trojan horse?
Bad guys.
Bad guys. The bad guys were inside the Trojan horse. They came out and they took over the whole city. That's like somebody saying, hey, I'm going to give you some candy. Halloween does this. In Halloween, they said we're giving children candy. And then what happened? The children had razor blades and needles in their candy. Would you be mad if somebody gave you candy with razor blades and needles inside of it?
Cut your tongue.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's the Trojan horse mindset. I'm going to give you a gift, but really it's to hurt you. I'm a fake friend. I'm not a real friend. I have bad ideas and bad plans for you. Yep. I'm just trying to win your trust. So when people say, when strangers say, hey, come inside this van, hey, come inside this house, don't tell your mom, don't tell your parents. I was a kid too at one time, you know what I'm saying? And there was a van that came up to me. And the van said,
I got these new stories.
I got stories all day.
Tell me more about
I forget these things, and I remember them during class.
What happened in the van, huh?
The van opened up. The van opened up, and a lady said, she did this.
And I thought they use women to do it too. Huh?
She was waving to me to come inside the van. And then years later, I get older. And
I realized, the milk carton, huh?
Brother, listen, I got older, and I'm like, hold on, these vans
are bad things.
These are bad vans.
Yeah.
These vans.
Those are not ice cream trucks.
They're not ice cream trucks.
There's no treats there.
You cannot trust.
There's a milk carton down here, huh?
Yeah, listen, that would have been good, huh? You don't be quick to trust these other nations. Don't be quick to trust to do what they do. That's why we're separate. The Bible, the word holy means to separate.
Not cool.
We're supposed to be separate. It doesn't mean we don't know how to talk to people. We don't know how to socially engage. But I'm not going to be influenced by anybody. I'm not allowing anybody to influence me and change me. All right? So BLM, they look good, but they're trying to change our families, our households. When you actually start to research what they're really about. Okay? Is that clear enough, sir?
Yep.
All right. You know, there's a university push to change pedophilia from P to MAP, and it means minor attracted person.
Yeah, make it nice.
Wait, to do what?
They change.
You gotta say that from the beginning, man.
There's a university or collegiate push to change the term pedophilia to MAP, which means minor attracted person, to lessen the impact or the
minor attracted
person. To lessen
those synonyms are horrible.
Because the term pedophilia is derogatory, so they don't want to make that people feel bad about.
That part.
Just sit down. So it's minor attracted person.
So R. Kelly should be free then.
He's a map.
He's a
menace. Everybody else is okay.
So Epstein shouldn't have got tried in jail, right?
Yeah, that's where it's leading to.
You see,
he was a map, huh?
God.
It's MAP Act.
They try to change the verbiage. They're very subtle.
Minor attracted person.
Okay, let's do this.
That's the consequence of being around these people.
Okay, now we're gonna sit back here and finish out Judges chapter 12, and kind of goes into how Ephraim has been kind of the theme of Ephraim since Joseph was like the head of Ephraim. Ephraim has been on a power trip. You're gonna read about how Ephraim again is trying to boss people, like and flex on people. Ephraim was really sitting back here and taking the posture like they were the head tribe, and it was going on since Joshua chapter 17, when they started flexing and acting like they were supposed to be put on some pedestal and they were supposed to be treated like special above everybody else. So we're gonna start off with Judges 12:1.
Judges 12:1.
Now listen. Jephthah already had the victory. The victory's over. I'm sorry. I'm trying to paint the picture again. Victory's over. They took out Ammon. Jephthah went into Ammon's land, kicked their ass, went back home, executed his daughter, sent the men home. War's over. Now read verse 12. Chapter 12, verse 1.
Judges chapter 12, verse 1. And the men of Ephraim gathered themselves together, and went northward, and said unto Jephthah, Wherefore passeth thou over to fight against the children of Ammon? And didst not call us to go with thee? Will we burn thine house upon thee with fire?
We will burn thy house upon thee with fire. Because you didn't sit back here and tell us that you were going to go to war with these Ammonites. We're going to burn your house and kill you. Listen, you didn't report to us because we're the head. We're the head tribe. And you should have reported to us and got clearance before we let you roll out and defeat the enemy. And what it's saying is they wanted their cut.
Exactly.
They wanted their cut from the war, bro. It was all about the money. It wasn't about giving a shit about the people. Because when all these tribes were catching hell and going through affliction, Ephraim's at the crib like this.
Calm.
If they get out of this pinch, we're gonna go get that bread afterwards. We're gonna get that bread after y'all sit back here. Listen, why would I burn this guy's house down unless I want what you got? I want your spoils. Yeah. I'm gonna burn your house and then take what you won and then take it back to Ephraim under the guise of we're the head tribe and y'all should flow all the resources and money to us.
Which is underhanded.
This is how things used to be in the 90s, man. I'm not lying. It was like this in the 90s. If you don't sit back here and funnel all your resources to New York City, then you're out the spirit. The things from the forge have written for your learning. This happened literally for years in the 90s. If all the camps and all the cities didn't sit back and send all the sources to one city, then we were out the spirit. Yes, sir.
That's still happening.
Cotton. I'm just using the one I lived in.
That's the same spirit that kills, steal, and destroy spirit. She was talking about the other night.
It was kill, steal, and destroy.
Because if they can't get it from me, they can't take it from me, then they just destroy it.
Right.
So he's like, well, since you're not going to give to us, since you're not going to perform to us, then we're just going to destroy your house. We're going to destroy everything you got.
God, yeah. Because what you gonna say?
No, I was just we had brought it out the other day about that, but not so much on that point of Ephraim, but it's still a lot of desperation. Mm-hmm. You know what Christ was talking about in John chapter 10, it's talking about Esau.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
In particular.
But this is about Israel sitting back here.
Israel having that Edomite spirit on.
Yes, that's what I mean. It's just
that was the thing. Because listen, this isn't the first time they did it. Go to Judges 8:1 real quick. You go to Judges 8:1, Elisha, and you hold your position. Judges 8:1.
Judges 8 and verse 1.
Judges chapter 8 and verse 1.
It says, and the men of Ephraim said unto him.
This is right. Listen, I'm gonna set up the story because last week we went over it. Gideon and his 300 men broke the glass, blew the trumpet, and out of the 135,000 men that were Midianites, Ishmaelites, and Amalekites in the valley, 115,000 killed themselves for the most part because they got disoriented and they started fighting one another. And that was the glory of the Most High. Now it was 120,000, around 15,000 men, and that was up north in the land near the land of Manasseh. It was in the land of Manasseh, but it was close to around the Jordan River north, around Gilead. the 15,000 men were in flight that was still surviving. You had Gideon and his 300 men were pursuing them south. Alongside the Jordan River, they were going south. Ephraim at this particular time sees these guys coming down. They work their way past Ephraim, and they go down and cross Jordan and go to the land of the Gileadites, which was Gad and Reuben. And this is what Ephraim, in the midst of them trying to fight this battle, the 300 men of Gideon weren't done fighting the battle. This is what Ephraim says. Read that.
Judges 8:1. And the men of Ephraim said unto him, Why hast thou served us thus? That thou calledst us not, when thou wentest to fight with the Midianites.
They were still trying to boss hog back then. How come you didn't call us before you decided you was going to fight these Midianites? But the crazy thing is everybody in the nation knew that the Manassites couldn't sit back and harvest their crops. And that these Ishmaelites,
for 3 years they had no food.
And that these Midianites and that these Amalekites were raiding all of their crops for 3 years. Nobody did nothing. Ephraim didn't do nothing. But as soon as they got the victory and 120,000 men are dead, all they see is dollar signs. Now they want to flex with the rank. We're the head tribe. How come you didn't go through us before you sat back here and took these guys out?
But everybody was living in holes, living in caves.
They didn't give a damn. They didn't send food. They didn't send help. They didn't send supplies. You're going to live it underground like some poor paupers. But now you came up. Now you got some bread in your pocket. Where's the unity? There's no unity. How come you're not sitting back here and sending money back here? This is how, I'm telling you, this is what happened back during the time in the 90s, when whenever another city or a camp was trying to build up, they were sitting back here sending $1 million plans. And I remember the pamphlet, how we had to sit back here and send $250 per man to send to New York. $250 per man had to be sent to New York to sustain New York. It's the same concept. If you're sending all that money to New York, how was the city that you're in going to be able to sustain itself? It's going to be impossible. But they didn't care about that. They were just looking at dollar signs so that everybody, since New York was the first school, everybody has to keep sending and supplying and taking care of this one school. We're the head. And we got to keep initiating and telling people we're the head so we can get paid. That's what they were doing back then, and that's what they were doing back during the time of Judges. Ephraim was flexing. It was just trouble Ephraim at the time. They were flexing control over the rest of the northern kingdom.
So once again, it goes back to Israel being selfish.
And all they cared about was them coming up. It wasn't about the well-being of the body, or the men, or the brothers, or the people. That didn't matter. And this is why the Most High broke up all the camps into so many pieces.
That's why we were
because of that conduct. That's why the Most High keeps breaking these things up. Because of the selfishness that was being established in the 90s.
Also, it makes them look bad too. It makes Ephraim look bad that the Most High is working through these other men.
Exactly. And whenever the Most High was blessing other judges and tribes, they looked bad. They wanted the glory and the money that came from fighting these battles. And the crazy thing is, they didn't give a shit about the 15,000 men that crossed past their land, because Ephraim's land was in Jericho. Part of Ephraim's land was Jericho. That's right after you cross the Jordan River. So these guys went right through Ephraim's land and got out and escaped. They didn't care about that.
They didn't want to jeopardize their life. They didn't want to put their life.
All they cared about was flex on these 300 men and Gideon about not giving them part of the cut. That's all they cared about. You didn't give me my cut. Now listen, Gideon had to sit back and deal with this nonsense as they're talking to him while these guys are getting away.
And not getting any bread either.
Oh, that was later. The bread, yeah. Well, the bread was later.
But I'm saying, it's the same spirit. When we need some bread.
Yeah. I'm not giving you bread because me giving you bread puts me at risk.
Yeah.
Everybody was about me, politics. me, in politics. God. So, read Judges 8:1 again.
Judges 8 was in verse 1. And the men of Ephraim said unto him, Why hast thou served us thus, that thou calledst us not, when thou wentest to fight with the Midianites? And they chide with him sharply.
They rolled on him hard with authority. They were checking him. They were trying to flex on him. Read on.
And he said unto them, What have I done now in comparison of you?
He says, we're not doing anything in comparison to how potent you guys are. Truly, you guys are the more potent tribe. We didn't do anything.
Yeah.
What Gideon did, he took the diplomatic approach. He was like, man, you guys are the head. You guys are the big shot callers and bosses. We're just trying to finish this battle over here, finish these 15,000 out. We're not trying to get away with y'all at all. We're done.
Is not the gleaning of the grapes of Ephraim better than the vintage of
Abiezer? So, first of all, the Ephraimites
Had so much.
No, first of all, no, it's also this. The Ephraimites did take out 2 of the kings of the men that were of the people that were going southward. Ephraim did take out some of the deserters. It wasn't just the 300 in Gideon. So the deserters that was coming down to Ephraim, you'll read in, I think, chapter 7, the last verse of chapter 7. Yes, it said that. 7:25, it says, and they took princes of the Midianites, Oreb and Zeb, and they slew Oreb and Zeb at the winepress. Ephraim did that. Verse 24 and 25 says Ephraim took out some of the guys. But after they took out some of the guys and others escaped to the east, Ephraim wanted to flex on Gideon about how come you didn't let us get all the big prizes up top. And then what Gideon says is what? Read verse 2 again.
Verse 2. And he said unto them, what have I done now in comparison of you?
Because he says, I didn't do anything in comparison to how great you guys were. You took out 2 kings, Oreb and Zeb. Read on.
Is not the gleaning of the grapes of Ephraim better than the vintage of Abiezer?
Meaning, is the gleaning of you taking care of the scraps that came down here? That's greater than what my people in Abiezer did when we fought up top. He's Gideon is trying to politely say, you know what, man, we didn't do nothing up top. That was the Most High. Y'all did more fighting and killing, and you got more glory here than we got up top. Read on.
The Most High hath delivered into your hands the princes of Midian, Oreb and Zeb. And what was I able to do in comparison of you?
He was trying to humbly bow down and give Ephraim their respect, because Ephraim wanted props. Ephraim wanted their head blown up, and they wanted that bread and recognition. So Midian gave it to him.
Isn't that what the Bible calls filthy lucre?
Filthy lucre is part of it. Read on.
Then their anger was abated toward him when he had said that.
So he gave them that little respect, and these prideful ass Ephraimites were happy that they got that respect given to them.
Okay.
So, but the thing is this, Gideon took the peaceful route. Jephthah didn't. When they said, we're going to burn your house, Jephthah did something different. We're going to let that go, and we're going to go another verse real quick. Go to Joshua chapter 17, verse 14 and 18. I'm just going over the many instances where Ephraim is tripping at. Because Joshua 17 goes into the allotments that Joshua gave to all the tribes. It's 17 verse 14 through 18. So this chapter 17, it deals with 16 and 17 deals with Joshua giving all the allotments, the final allotments of what the Jews were supposed to do and take over. Because Joshua was getting old, he couldn't sit back here and keep fighting all these wars. We had got a nice settlement. He said, listen, everybody go back to your land, but this is going to be how the land is going to be broken up. You guys are on your own. You guys got to come together and finish these battles out, and you guys will be fine. The anticipation was for us to come together and take out these individual skirmishes and kill the Canaanites, which we didn't do. But as he starts to break down all the land masses of all the tribes, what does damn Ephraim say at? It's Joshua 17 verse 14.
Joshua 17 and verse 14. And the children of Joseph spake unto Joshua, saying, why hast thou given me but one lot and one portion to inherit?
Why'd you give me this little bitty piece of land? This little bitty piece of land ain't enough for us. Read on.
Seeing I am a great people.
Did you hear that crap out? That prideful damn talk? I'm a great people. We should get a bigger landmass than this.
I'm thankful. I'm thankful.
You know what's crazy? When you sit back and read in Josephus, it talks about how they took great time to sit back and break down all the lands and to do geometric breakdowns to make sure that the small, if you got smaller parts of land, it was richer in quality. So the people that had bigger pieces of land, it was less quality caliber of land. So the land was equally distributed in regards to goodness,
And
not
what
size.
What it could yield.
Exactly. So he didn't go off of size, he went in the quality of land. So every tribe got what they needed. But Ephraim sitting back here and said, I'm a great people. How come I only got one lot? Yeah. You know who they was also they were fighting with? Manasseh. Because Manasseh had 2 lots. Remember, half the tribe was on the east and the other half was on the west? That was in competition with Manasseh the whole time. How come they got 2 lots and I got 1? That ain't fair. We're a great people. We're great. They were complaining to Joshua. Read on.
For as much as the Lord has blessed me here too.
Exactly. I deserve more. We should get blessed more. Read on.
Verse 15. And Joshua answered them, if thou be a great people.
The Joshua was Ephraim too. He said, if you're so great, read on.
Then get thee up.
Get off your ass, read on.
To the wood country.
Go in these woods and these trees, read on.
And cut down for thyself therein the land of the Perizzites and of the giants.
Go wrestle these goddamn giants if you're so big and bad, right? Listen, you know, Joshua knew Ephraim had pride already. He knew his people. Like, these niggas got pride, huh? If you're so big and bad, cut them trees down and take down these giants. Oh, you a great people, right? You want to be a great people, huh?
Go to war.
Then go flex on these big giants that are twice your size with 6 fingers and 6 toes. Go deal with them. You great, right? Read on.
If Mount Ephraim be too narrow for thee.
Exactly. Well, you know, he put them in that land because he knew they're probably to be broken. If you're so big and bad, go deal with these damn big problems. You want to beat your chest and flex on people, then flex on these giants.
Don't expose yourself to danger.
What it showed you is Ephraim wanted to pick on the little guy. You pick on somebody your own size. Pick on these giants. Read on.
Verse 16. And the children of Joseph said, the hill is not enough for us. And all the Canaanites that dwell in the land of the valley have chariots of iron.
The hill's not enough, but I don't want to fight these boys over here either. Read on.
But they who are of Bethshean and her towns, and they who are of the valley Jezreel,
they still didn't want to do it. Read on.
And Joshua spake unto the house of Joseph, even to Ephraim and to Manasseh, saying, thou art a great people, and hast great power. Thou shalt not have one lot only.
Read on.
Verse 18. But the mountain shall be thine.
He's saying that, listen, he didn't give in. He said the mountain's yours. Read on.
For it is a wood, and thou shalt cut it down. And the outings of it shall be thine.
Outgoings of it.
And the outgoings of it shall be thine. For thou shalt drive out the Canaanites, though they have iron chariots, and though they be strong.
Listen, they kept saying, man, listen, there's not enough land for us. They said it twice. There ain't enough land for us, and they got giants here with steel chariots. He said, but you're great people, though. Right, he said it twice.
But you know what that sounds like? That sounds like fear.
It is fear. But they chirping like they're just great people. He says, you're a great people twice. Joseph said it, verse 15, that you're a great people, and in verse 17, they're all great people with great power. You keep saying y'all are great people with great power, then take out the giants, cut down the trees, and expand your land out. Then he says, y'all are both the great people. You know what he's saying? Use your brothers, go to your brothers Manasseh, and humbly ask them to help you. Because Mount Ephraim was in Ephraim. Manasseh was above them. So if you're big, you guys are both great. Work your shit out, excuse my French, and go help your brother Ephraim take out these giants. And they said, but they're too big, they got steel.
They got iron
chariots.
They got tanks.
They got tanks. And they kept saying it. They said, no, but you're a great kingdom. You're a great country. Go deal with it. Why are we going this verse? Just to show that Ephraim had been showing this pride and arrogance from the very nativity of the tribes getting formed together. From the very beginning, they had pride. So they was flexing in Joshua. They flexed in Judges 8 with Gideon. And now they're flexing with Jephthah in chapter 12. It's constantly them. They're the only tribe doing this, huh? No other tribe is sitting back here imposing their will on every other tribe who's showing success. They're the only ones doing it, huh? It's a pattern about Ephraim's character. It's showing you, huh?
Also, I'm not content.
I'm not content, and I deserve more, and I'm going to bully on the weak to get what I want. I'm going to put pressure on the weak to get what I want out of the damn deal, because I deserve better.
And that theme stayed inside their leadership.
Exactly, the whole time. This, you know how you know that? Go to Isaiah 11 and 13. He's going to tell you what was really in Ephraim. He talked that big bad talk.
Isaiah 11 and 13. Isaiah 11 and 13. Oh, you got it.
Isaiah 11 and 13. The envy also of Ephraim shall depart.
So listen, Isaiah 11 is talking about the future prophecies of all the issues that our people have and our tribes have. We're going to depart. He says the envy of Ephraim shall depart. So why do you think they were sitting back here flexing on Jephthah and Gideon?
Yeah.
And why were they sitting back and arguing about the size of their land in comparison to everybody else's size of their land? Ephraim's envy was out of this damn world. And they felt if they saw somebody else succeeding, they should have what another person has without putting the work in. Read on.
The envy also of Ephraim shall depart, and the adversaries of Judah shall be cut off. Ephraim shall not envy Judah.
So it's going to show you Ephraim's envy started leaving and departing from all the judges, and Ephraim started envying who? Judah down the line. Judah's power and success. This has been in Ephraim from the beginning, man. And what Jephthah was going to do when Ephraim was just, because this spirit had to get checked. Read on.
And Judah shall not vex Ephraim.
Ephraim shall not envy Judah, and Judah shall not vex Ephraim. This is a future prophecy. I'm only pulling this verse to show you what was in Ephraim, and the signs of it was beginning in the time of Joshua and Judges. The envy that they had as a nation. And that they had this complex that they thought they were above everybody else. And when somebody else outshined them, then they were envious.
Yeah, they were envious of their own brothers, man.
Huh?
Not of the other nations.
Of their own brothers. Anybody that has success and had the Most High with them. But watch what Jephthah says to these cats in response to them wanting to burn his house down. Now we go back to Judges 12 and verse 2.
Judges 12 and verse 2. And Jephthah said unto them, I and my people were a great strife with the children of Ammon.
He said, me and my people in Gilead, Gad and Reuben, were busting our tail dealing with these Ammonites and all the hell they was giving us for years, for 18 years. Read on.
And when I called you, ye delivered me not out of their hands.
So he's like, I called y'all, and y'all, or you knew, and you still didn't help us out. Listen, during the time of Gideon, Ephraim knew and didn't give a crap. Read on.
And when I saw that ye delivered me not, I put my life in my hand.
He said, when you didn't come through from us, then we sat back here on our own in debt with our battles.
I said my own ass.
Because y'all ain't helping. Read on.
And passed over against the children of Ammon. And the Most High delivered them into my hand. Wherefore then are ye come up unto me this day, to fight against me?
You want to fight against me because you didn't come and help, but you want the glory? You want the bread? You want the spoils of war? Read on.
Then Jephthah gathered together all the men of Gilead.
Because they had already been dispersed. So we got everybody rounded up again for a second go around. Read on.
And fought with Ephraim. And the men of Gilead smote Ephraim, because they said, ye Gileadites are fugitives of Ephraim.
This is another thing. He says during this back and forth banter, Ephraim said, ye Gileadites are fugitives of Ephraim. Read on.
Ye Gileadites are fugitives of Ephraim among the Ephraimites and among the Manassites.
You know why? Because they start playing dirty and saying, you guys on the east side of Jordan, y'all ain't with us. We ain't brothers. Y'all are fugitives. What they're saying is that you guys aren't our brothers. You guys aren't really connected to us. To be called them what did they do to be called fugitives? What it shows is there was a beef amongst the Jews that was on the west side across from the Jordan. versus the Jews on the east side of Jordan.
That's classic.
They was set tripping,
Classic Israel.
East Coast, West Coast. Y'all niggas is fugitives, son.
I hit them up.
Listen, it was East Coast, West Coast beef, right? Y'all ain't with us. Y'all on the east side. Y'all listen, y'all Reubenites and Gadites, y'all ain't with us. We on the promised land. Y'all just in some other land. Y'all ain't with us. So Jephthah is like all Gilead came together to whip ass and to whip on Ephraim. Because they made it personal. Ephraim made it personal. Let's look at fugitive real quick. Fugitive, volatile, apt to flee away, unstable, unsteady, wandering vagabonds.
Vagabond.
He was like, y'all are some wandering vagabonds. Y'all ain't with us, huh? Refugees. One who flees from his station. That's another thing. He said, y'all a bunch of quitters and chumps. You know why they said that? Because what did they do to Gideon? Last week. Listen, Gideon and 300 men asked two different cities in Gilead, Penuel and another in Succoth. Yeah. They said, listen, can you just give us food? We're chasing these 15,000 Ishmaelites. Can you just feed us? And we'll go about it and finish this battle up. I don't know about feeding y'all, because what if y'all lose and they come back on us like we helped y'all out?
How dare you help your own brother?
But that was the thing. They're saying, listen, if we feed you and you lose, then these guys, these Midianites are going to start taking our land and our crops. No, you got to go to another city.
You're too much trouble.
You're too much trouble. Then they went to Penuel, which is the next city, and they did the same thing that the Succoth guys did.
Yeah.
So after Gideon and the 300 men that were starving took out those 15,000 men, they dragged the two kings up to them and whipped the 77 elders of Succoth and beat them and bruised them with a bunch of sticker thorns.
Yeah, thorn trees.
And then he killed the leaders of Penuel, which were Israelites.
Pretty realized. Got realized.
Because you know why? They abandoned their post.
They're disrespectful too.
They were acting like fugitives. They abandoned their post. They didn't come through when they needed them. And that was the rep that the Israelites on the east had. These dudes is cowards. And when the shit hits the fan, you're not going to look after us. But the problem was, they were all being that way. It wasn't just the Israelites on the east. Everybody was going for self, only covering their ass.
It's just seeing another person native when I got native too.
Exactly. But this is where all the hostilities started. Like, y'all are fugitives because you ain't going to come through for anybody in a pinch. And these was fighting words. And Jephthah and all those Gileadites whipped up on Ephraim and handed them. Ephraim was right in what they were saying, but Ephraim was wrong because they didn't care either. They were both guilty of the same issues. Neither of the tribes gave a shit about one another. Ephraim just wanted the power, the money. They talked like they actually cared, but they didn't care.
Why didn't you call me?
They just wanted spoils of wars. Why did you call me? But you knew I was going through a battle.
Right.
I got to pull a scripture real quick.
Okay.
Proverbs 18 and verse 6. And it's just a situation.
Proverbs 18 and verse 6.
And verse 7.
A fool's lips enter into contention, and
we know only by pride comes what?
Mm-hmm.
Only by pride comes contention.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a lot of pride in this situation too. There's
a lot of pride.
There's a lot of pride here, bro.
And all they're doing is throwing dirt back and forth toward each other.
God.
They're showing that both of these parties were selfish, and both parties just wanted something out the deal. God. And it was, y'all don't love, what they say is y'all don't love us, and you don't love us either. All y'all want is bread. That's what Jephthah said. All y'all want is bread, and he's like, all y'all do is cowards. In the face of verse, y'all run when we needed you. It was war, right?
But you know, it took this situation of a battle to bring out the real hidden contention.
The hatred
that was already existing within them anyway.
That's true.
So it took this conflict to bring out what was in them already.
There was significant hatred on both parties. It showed you in a microcosm how much the entire nation hated each other. And how over years, over that 400 years, in the time of Judges, everybody gave a shit just about their own towns and their own cities and their own tribes. They're the only ones that's all that mattered was their own tribes. To the point where Ephraim had their own dialect.
That's crazy.
They had their own that's why they got caught slipping towards the end. They had their own dialect because they only took care of themselves, and they were isolated that long to where you created your own dialect. It shows how disconnected you are from the rest of the people.
Couldn't say shibboleths.
Yeah, listen. They couldn't enunciate sha, or shit. It was super left. I don't know what the hell was y'all niggas doing where y'all couldn't say sha or shit.
Share.
It was super.
Ate some fish.
But what's the point? What it shows you is how disconnected the nation was. And how everybody was isolated in their own little world, and how the Most High showed the after effects of this disconnection. And this bitterness and hatred and all these rumors started being built from how they looked at this tribe and how that tribe looked at this tribe, and nothing but contention amongst the people.
And this goes into the fallacy of the all camps will be unified fallacy. Right?
It's just not going to happen, huh?
Hey, listen, bro. The idea of all camps will be one. All camps. If we couldn't do it in Judges,
brother,
in our own land. We couldn't do it in our own land.
It's never going to happen. The crazy thing is, remember what we said earlier in class? Yeah. This is why the Jews consensually said we need a king.
Yeah.
Because the only way to get carnal people to come together was a carnal king.
Yep.
Even though the Most High said it doesn't have to be this way.
Nope.
I should be the one that you follow. And the judges' system is good enough. The problem was they knew how negative and selfish and individualistic the tribes were. And they weren't going to come together unless this figurehead king was built. And that's the sad thing. The people realized, listen, man, there's too much inner fighting amongst the tribes.
And the king system still failed.
We
still have internal wars anyway. Under the judge system, we had civil war, and under the kingship system.
Remember, Saul's guys were still cussing out David's guys.
Listen, that too. We had wars with Benjamin. We had wars with 9 tribes versus the other bottom tribes.
Yeah, it was constant beef.
It was still the same thing.
And that was what the Most High knew. The Most High knew whether you had kings or not. Kings wasn't going to solve the lack of unity.
What's in us is what's in us.
And this is why Christ's message from Matthew down was all about love.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Because if brothers had a genuine brotherly love towards each other, then all this could have been executed. Then the time when the judges could have worked if they would have learned how to have an effectual love towards one another.
But it shows you can't love someone until you get past yourself.
And that was the whole thing. Is Joshua said, y'all come together and take out these Canaanites.
Yeah.
But the problem was, they went to getting rich and drinking wine and having fun. Yeah. Versus saying, damn, okay, y'all, the Philistines are right over here. Simeon, Judah, Dan, Ephraim, let's just wipe these guys out and finish them off. And then you know what? Manasseh, Asher, Zebulun, let's take over the entire West. And all the other remaining tribes, Naphtali, Issachar, and whoever, I'm missing one more. Let's finish off the northeastern part of the west side of Jordan, west side of Israel. And all come together, band together, finish these people out.
But the concept wasn't, we're doing this for the benefit of the bigger picture and the well-being of the body of the nation.
It was individualistic.
Nationhood wasn't the focus, and it breeds devices, and it breeds the condition that exposes what's inside of us.
Everybody was concerned about their own circumstances.
And if it's the same way then,
it's the same way now.
And we have, yes, sir.
I'm gonna say, that's like brotherhood over tribehood. And it's no different than how gangs do it now. You got Bloods, Crips. You're the same people. You'll kill each other for the sake of the gang, but you don't realize you're destroying yourself.
All those gang truces last for like a year, 6 months out, and they back set tripping out. I mean, truces I've heard was gonna happen. Bloods and Crips going truce. Maybe 6 months, and somebody gonna mess up. They gonna start killing each other again. This is gang. This is colors, huh? This is judges' colors, huh? It really is, huh? I got my banner, you got your banner. We gonna ride over here, you ride over there.
And I'm trying to dominate, because I want to dominate territory. It's the same game. It's why our nation, this theme is still reverberating on a nationalist level. It still reverberates all through even our music culture. It's the same thing.
Camp culture,
Camp
music
culture,
culture.
Camp banging.
It's the same thing.
It's all Hebrewisms. This is a Hebrew. This is Hebrew.
And this is the Jews,
101.
bro. This is the Israelites doing this shit. Set tripping. This is all just set tripping.
But only-
and Ephraim was taking it too far.
And it's only because we can't get past ourselves into the big picture. That's why we're in slavery.
And it's crazy. And also it's something that Most High can work through other men.
Yeah.
Why can't Ephraim just say, man, the Most High wasn't working through us?
At the moment.
He was working through the Gileadites, Gad and Reuben.
But-
And let the Most High work with them. And if they need our help, we'll be there for them. And the other, we'll use our resources for y'all, and y'all use our resources for us.
That's what it should be.
Huh?
Because we got pride, bro.
Huh? And everybody is fighting for power and control.
And that's the reason why you can't have ego when you're in leadership position. When you're in a leadership position, a captain position, fatherhood position, your decisions can't be based on ego. You gotta be based on the spirit of the Most High, which is humility, lowliness, and the scriptures.
And the crazy thing is this.
What feeds everybody.
And the crazy thing is, if everybody in their cities and elders in their cities just cared about the next man, this could have got done.
Come.
Simeon. The crazy thing is, Othniel, which was the first judge, he united with Simeon, and they sat back here and they did work together, and they eradicated Philistines a little further west than they normally did, but they stopped because they got rich. They got more money than they had originally started with. Then they got comfortable and stopped.
So are you saying that it's multiple factors that make Israel impotent?
And the messed up thing about that, they push everybody closer to Dan. And then right after they stopped because they were comfortable, Dan got their land taken out.
Man.
Because now all of them got pushed out to Dan, right south of Dan. Then they got vexed that Judah and Simeon pushed them out. So they took major portions of Dan's land.
They took it out
and pushed Dan out.
Wow.
You see how everything has an effect?
Yeah.
If they just would have finished him out and Dan would have helped, they would have got them all out. Every one of these moves, there was a cause and effect on.
That's why Solomon said, study the ant, man.
Kinda.
The ant don't go for stuff. The ant doesn't find a Dorito chip and then go off on his own journey.
Mm-hmm.
The ant he find a crumb. Yeah, he don't just gobble it up on his own. He brings it back to the colony.
Yep.
And he lets the colony benefit from what he finds.
And leaves a trail so they can.
Right. Then he drop a scent. So the other ones know, hey man, this is where I found that food.
It's free Doritos, B.
Yeah.
Get everything you can.
Yep.
It's the cube ones. It's the real big ones.
We don't have it like that. We don't do that, bro.
Okay.
We don't come together for nothing. Like.
I never saw it like that though. The ant. I was using ant for slothfulness, but ants are very selfless.
Yep. That's a very good point.
That's right.
But this is what in the Old Testament we lack the most. We lack love and consideration towards one another, right? And the ability, if this is our land, can I at least consider what's going on over there? We keep our posterity. You have your posterity. But if you're in need, we'll help. Then we'll go back to our land.
So
then when you need, we'll help.
So we're really enemies to our own prosperity.
Exactly. And this war was a microcosm of 300 plus years of hostility. Because don't forget, Jephthah, when he talked to Ammon, it was 300 years in the making at this particular time. So for 300 years, there was building hostility towards tribe on tribe.
And this is my question. The issue is, could this have been ironed out before? I don't think it could have. It was 3 years.
Israel, 300 years.
Well, I'm saying but Gideon's boys was for 3 years.
But this beef was way before the 3
Okay, so
years.
they had opportunity.
Don't forget, Gideon got screwed over by the 9.5 tribe on the east of Jordan. This beef was going on. Don't forget, listen, it took to the end of the 300-year period for Gad, Reuben, and Manasseh on the east side to even get affected by these wars. For the first 200 plus years, what was happening? Judah was getting banged on. Ephraim was getting banged on. Manasseh was getting banged on. And they didn't cross over to help. Remember in Joshua, they put that altar up to sit back here and say, don't forget us, we're not going to forget you. And what did they do? Yeah. They forgot it. Is that?
Now I was going to say, it's so engraved in us. When you mentioned earlier, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. That didn't even work with Gad. If you would have thought at least Gad could come together, we got a mutual enemy that's sitting here taking up our land. Let's all come together and go at it. They couldn't do that.
I'm Creek.
They're beef.
I'm Creek and you're Pawnee and Sioux. Crazy, it was the same thing. 500 nations, It There's only 2 tribes, Zach. 2 tribes from the 500 nations, Zach. 2 tribes. Damn, Zach. Anyway, let's continue in Judges 12 and verse
5.
Give me 4 again.
4 again. Come. Judges 12, verse 4. Then Jephthah gathered together all the men of Gilead.
It's Jephthah.
Jephthah, stop. Then Jephthah gathered together all the men of Gilead and fought with Ephraim. And the men of Gilead smote Ephraim, because they said, Ye Gileadites are fugitives of Ephraim among the Ephraimites.
So that was fighting words, Zach. It was disrespect, and they were saying you guys are out of bounds, and you guys don't act like brothers to us. They were offenseful words. Jephthah and the Gileadite, or the Gileadites, which was Gad and Reuben, came out and fought Ephraim. Read on.
And among the Manassites. And the Gileadites took the passages of Jordan before the Ephraimites. And it was so that when those Ephraimites which were escaped said, Let me go over.
Notice when it says the Gileadites took the passage that the Jews would use to cross over the Jordan River. Because Ephraim was on the other side of Jordan. So they were trying to rush out as they was getting their ass kicked to cross over to Jordan to get back into the land of Ephraim. Like I said earlier, as soon as you cross over, you had Jericho, right? From Jericho down was where Ephraim lived. Read on.
Said, Let me go over, that the men of Gilead said unto him, Art thou an Ephraimite? If he said nay.
So they did a security check. You can't cross the border until you sit back here and say these words right. Read on.
Then said they unto him, Say now, Shibboleth.
Shibboleth, yep.
And he said Shibboleth.
No, he said Sibboleth.
Sibboleth.
And he couldn't speak it, right? He couldn't speak it. He caught him slipping, right? But once again, they knew, the Gileadites knew, Gad and Reuben knew that Ephraim was sitting back here and had a language issue, right? Whatever language they developed in their little group, it was theirs, and it was theirs alone. And in order for you to create your own dialect, that means you're disconnected from the rest of the population around you.
Now, if you create your own dialect and you have a large amount of pride, then you speak in this language because you're saying that this language is a language of wealth, of posterity. It's a language. It's a high language.
Yeah.
We don't. You know what I'm saying? So you're not looking.
We're separate from.
You're looking down on. You're speaking this language for the purpose of looking down on those who don't speak this language.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? This is what money sound like. This is what.
Money sound like Cibolo.
Yes,
it ain't Chibolo. It's
exactly.
Cibolo. I thought you knew.
You know what I'm saying? It just shows you how even economically or socially we use those things to divide ourselves. It's just different ways of division. It's another set of division. Whether it be you're from the hood, or you went to this school, I went to that neighborhood, and you're from that hood, or you know what I'm saying, or you didn't grow up in this particular Bellevue area. Yep. But it's a way of dividing ourselves from each other as people, and we still do that today. You know what I'm saying? Oh, you're from that side of town.
Yeah.
Oh, you're from over there.
It's that class warfare.
It's classism. It's classism as well as tribe banging.
Yep.
That's crazy, bro.
Continue. But it's true.
That's sickening. Bro.
It is.
So we can't get nothing done.
Read on.
For he could not frame to pronounce it right.
Because they were so disconnected. Read on.
Then they took him and slew him at the passages of Jordan. And there fell at that time of the Ephraimites 40 and 2,000.
And they deserved that death rate. Because of that pride. Their pride had to get stung. Most High gave them a couple opportunities to make things right, and they didn't learn. They thought everybody was going to cower down to Ephraim because they flexed on them. They lost this one, bro. Read on.
And Jephthah judged Israel 6 years.
He didn't judge for very long. The good judges last for like 23, 24, 30, 40 years apiece. This guy had 6 years. It just shows you where that man's spirit was, and the Most High wasn't trying to have him judge for long periods of time. It wasn't going to be a good judging time. Read on.
Then died Jephthah the Gileadite, and was buried in one of the cities of Gilead.
I want to go to Antiquities of the Jews, Book 5, Chapter 7, Paragraph 11.
Paragraph 11.
Book 5, Chapter 7, Paragraph 11.
Antiquities of the Jews, Book 5, Chapter 7.
Book 11.
Book 11.
Book 11.
Now the tribe of Ephraim fought against him, because he did not take them along with him in his expedition against the Ammonites, but because he alone had the prey and the glory of what was done to himself, as to which he said, first, that they were not ignorant how his kindred had fought against him.
Exactly.
And that when they were invited, they did not come to his assistance, whereas they ought to have come quickly, even before they were invited.
That's what brotherly love would show. If I cared about you, I'd go out here to look after you before I was given an invite. Read on.
In the next place, that they were going to act unjustly. For while they had not courage enough to fight their enemies, they came hastily against their own kindred.
He was just painting the picture. You didn't have enough courage to fight these damn Ammonites, but you're going to sit back and roll when it's time to get the sport.
Right. You won't gun down the Edomites. You shoot.
You had all the courage in the world to step chip on him.
After me.
You're shooting like this. You're going to shoot like this against your people. This ain't going to work against Esau.
Right. You shoot your own people down in a heartbeat.
That's true, though.
Ghana.
Yeah.
Read on.
And he threatened them that with the Most High's assistance, he would inflict a punishment upon them, unless they would grow wiser.
Exactly.
But when he could not persuade them,
he said, "Listen, I'm gonna sit back here and whip your ass so you can figure this out next time. If you don't learn to be humble." Read on.
He fought with them with those forces which he sent for out of Gilead, and he made a great slaughter among them. And when they were beaten, he pursued them, and seized on the passages of Jordan by a part of his army, which he had sent before, and slew about 42,000 of them.
So read on. Read verse 12. Paragraph 12.
So when Jephthah had ruled 6 years, he died, and was buried in his own country.
Done. That's all. Well, read on.
Sibi, which is a place in the land of Gilead.
Okay, so we're gonna let that go on that one and just finish up. I want to read this thing. It's paragraph 10, the last part of it. It kind of goes into when Jephthah sacrificed his daughter. I want to make sure I read this part. I missed it earlier. Read accordingly.
It's 266 if you're in the Josephus, the blue one. It's point 266.
Okay.
Accordingly, when that time was over, he sacrificed his daughter as a burnt offering, offering such an oblation as was neither conformable to the law nor acceptable to the Most High, not weighing with himself what opinion the hearers would have of such a practice.
Listen, it was a mixture of that Kamash stuff, man, and that Molech stuff, but it was sacrificing human beings. That was not what the Most High wanted. He might have attributed it to the Most High, but it was not the Most High. That was literally a paganistic practice he did, sacrificing a child or a human being in the name of the Heavenly Father, regardless of what he sat back here and prayed for. All he had to do was wait for an animal to come close to him.
You know, King David said, "Thou desirest not sacrifice, else would I give it."
Exactly.
He said,
obedience is better than sacrifice.
He said, "Thou desirest not sacrifice." You know what I'm saying? But a broken and contrite heart. And it just shows you that Jephthah was mighty, but he didn't have a broken and contrite heart.
Because he was sitting back, living on the run, doing injurious practices,
surviving
with vain men. Injurious practices, meaning practices that injured people. That's how he survived. That's what he saw.
He was a muscle. He was the muscle.
He was a muscle-lot.
Yeah.
It was Joe Fix-It-Lot.
Running with the mob, man.
Yeah, exactly. So what we're gonna do? We're gonna finish up Judges 12. Give me verse 8.
Judges 12, verse 8. And after him, Ebzan of Bethlehem judged Israel.
So more than likely he was a Judite because he was from Bethlehem. Read on.
And he had 30 sons.
But you can't say for sure because at this time Israel was leaving from city to city and going and living in different cities amongst the tribes. Read on.
And he had 30 sons and 30 daughters, whom he sent abroad, and took in 30 daughters from abroad for his sons.
Okay.
And he judged Israel 7 years.
That's all he did. He had a bunch of kids. That's it. Read on.
Then died Ebzan and was buried at Bethlehem. And after him, Elon, a Zebulunite, judged Israel. And he judged Israel 10 years. And Elon the Zebulunite died and was buried in Ajalon, in the country of Zebulun. And after him, Abdon, the son of Hillel, of Pirathonite.
Now Pirathonite, he was in Ephraim's land. He was an Ephraimite. Read on.
Judged Israel, and he had 40 sons and 30 nephews that rode on 70 ass colts.
He had a bunch of horses out.
More, here we go.
And horse guys.
Back at that horse camp again.
I got a lot of horses. I got money.
Yeah.
Read on.
And he judged Israel 8 years. And Abdon, the son of Hillel, the Pirathonite, died and was buried in Pirathon, in the land of Ephraim, in the mount of the Amalekites.
And what we're going to do, I think we went into enough information today concerning Abimelech and Jephthah. Are there any questions about the topic? All right. Listen, Amajim, Mapanya, Yerushalayim. Yahweh. In the name of Yahweh Shai. Please listen to us right now. Send Michael and the righteous angels to watch over, bless, heal, protect, and make strong the people of Yasharallah. Also send unto us much wisdom, much knowledge, much understanding, much patience, much faith, much brotherhood, and much love, spiritual power. And forgive all of our sins. Yahweh Shai come quickly. For in thee is our hope. Always. And forever. Amen. Baruch Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the law.
Number 2. Baruch Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives us the light to see.
Number 3. Baruch Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives us the ram's horn to call the people.
Okay. Baruch Yahweh Hashem Yahushai. Sheman, Zayat, Ramashat, Yasharallah.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
Psalms 92. It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord. And to sing praise unto thy name. O Yahweh. To show forth thy loving kindness. In the morning. And thy faithfulness. Every night. Upon an instrument of 10 strings. And upon the psaltery. Upon the harp. With the solemn sound. For thou, Yahweh, hast made me glad through thy work. I will triumph in the works of thy hands. O Yahweh, how great are thy works, and thy thoughts are very deep. A brutish man knoweth not, neither doth a fool understand this. When the wicked spring is the grass, and when all the workers of iniquity do flourish, it is that they shall be destroyed forever. But thou, Yahweh, art most high forevermore. For lo, thy enemies, O Yahweh, for lo, thy enemies shall perish. All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered. But my horn shall not exalt. Like the horn of a unicorn. I shall be anointed with fresh oil. Mine eye also shall see. My desire on my enemies enemies.
My desire of my enemies.
And my ear shall hear.
And my ear shall hear.
My desire.
My desire.
Of the wicked that rise up against me.
Of the wicked that rise up against me.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
The righteous shall flourish like palm tree.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord.
Shall flourish in the course of our power.
Shall flourish in the course of our power.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
To show that the Lord is upright.
To show that the Lord is upright.
He is my rock.
He is my rock.
There is no unrighteousness in him.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
By Hashem Yahushua.
By Hashem Yahushua.
Psalms 133. Shayar.
Shayar.
Hama'ayawa.
Hama'ayawa.
Ladawad.
Ladawad.
Hana.
Hana.
Ma.
Ma.
Tawab.
Tawab.
Wama.
Wama.
Na'ayam.
Na'ayam.
Shabbat.
Shabbat.
Akim.
Akim.
Gam.
Gam.
Yachad.
Yachad.
Hasheman.
Hasheman.
Hatawab.
Hatawab.
Ayel.
Ayel.
Haraash.
Haraash.
Yarad.
Yarad.
Ayel.
Ayel.
Hazakwan.
Hazakwan.
Zakwan.
Zakwan.
Aharad.
Aharad.
Shayarad.
Shayarad.
Ayel.
Ayel.
Hayah.
Hayah.
Madawathyawa.
Madawathyawa.
Kator.
Kator.
Karamwan.
Karamwan.
Shayarad.
Shayarad.
Ayel.
Ayel.
Hararia.
Hararia.
Tazayawan.
Tazayawan.
Hayah.
Hayah.
Sham.
Sham.
Tazawa.
Tazawa.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Habaraka.
Habaraka.
Hayayim.
Hayayim.
Ay. Havalam.
Havalam.
By Hashem Yahushua.
By Hashem Yahushua.
Yahweh Hashem Al-Shai.
Yahweh Hashem Yahushua.
Behold,
Behold,
how good,
how good,
and how pleasant,
how pleasant
it is, for our brethren, to dwell, together, in unity. It's like the precious ointment.
It's like the precious ointment
upon the head.
Upon the head.
It ran down.
It ran down.
Upon the beard.
Upon the beard.
Even Aaron's beard.
Even Aaron's beard.
It went down.
It went down.
To the skirts.
To the skirts.
Of his garment.
Of his garment.
As the dew.
As the dew.
Of Hermon.
Of Hermon.
As the dew.
As the dew.
That descended.
That descended.
Upon the mountains.
Upon the mountains.
Of Zion.
Of Zion.
For there.
The Lord.
Commanded.
Commanded.
The blessed.
The blessed.
Even life.
Even life.
Forevermore.
Forevermore.
By Hashem Yahushua.
By Hashem Yahushua. Yahweh.
Yahweh.
By Hashem.
By Hashem.
Yahushua.
Yahushua.
Rakaneo.
Rakaneo.
By Shrodim.
Rakaneo.
Rabiot.
Yeah.
Support.
Support.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
By Hashem.
By Hashem.
Yahushua.
Yahushua.
Rakaneo.
Rakaneo.
By Shrodim.
Rabiot.
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 Support.
Support.
Yahweh. By Hashem.
By Hashem.
Yahushua.
Yahushua.
Rakaneo.
Rakaneo.
By Shrodim. Rabiot.
Rabiot.
Support. Yahweh. By Hashem.
By Hashem.
Yahushua.
Yahushua.
Rakaneo.
Rakaneo.
By Shrodim. Rabiot.
Rabiot.
Support. Baruch Thei Yahweh.
Baruch Thei Yahweh.
Baruch Thei Yahushua.
Baruch Thei Yahushua.
Baruch Thei Yahweh.
Baruch Thei Yahweh.
Baruch Thei Yahushua.
Baruch Thei Yahushua.
All knowledge,
All knowledge,
all wisdom,
all wisdom,
all understanding,
all understanding,
all love,
all love,
all patience,
all patience,
all mercy,
all mercy,
all power,
all power
from your house.
from your house.
All power,
All power
from your house.
from your house.
All power,
All power
from your house.
from your house.
Yes, Matap.
By Hashem Yahushua.
By Hashem Yahushua.
By Hashem Yahushua.
That's Matap. Oh,
Brother, circle up.
I messed up.
Yeah,
I had a little glitch right there, yo. It's a prayer glitch right there.
All right.
It happens sometimes.
You got it. I got it. I think I'm buying.
Yeah, let me get
He's a circle up man.
Swear out in the heavenly order, Yahweh Yahushua will call us all in Israel, Amadu. Rock.
Yahweh Hashem Yahushua Baruch.
Kum Yashua.
Kum Yashua.
Kum Yashua.
Kum Yashua.
Kum Yashua.
Kum Yashua.
Yes, Matap. Turn the face, sisters. Go. Watch the camera behind you.
Swear out the daughters of Zion, men of Israel, Amadu. Rock.
Yahushua Hashem Yahushua.
Yes, Matap. Dismiss. Fall out. Israel. Shibboleth. That's Shibboleth. Shalom, y'all. I'm going to see y'all not this Monday, but the Monday after that. Shalom.